Well, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So we did the Pledge of Allegiance at our social service meeting. So next is to review and approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second. Gary and Warren. Any discussion on it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. On to the consent items.
Suppose I can move on that.
Okay,
Second.
Warren and Paul. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, on to our issue form. First is that resolution that we had asked Chuck to put together in regards to repealing Minnesota's moratorium on nuclear energy production. So, I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, if
I didn't actually change
That's good.
anything. He was saying what needed to be said.
is that something that we want to put forth or,
Yeah, I would move to approve it.
okay, Warren
Second.
and Paul. Any discussion on it?
No, I think there's going to be a lot more on the December meeting
Mhm.
down at AMC. So
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of information on many topics down at the annual
Oh,
meeting.
I'm sure.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried. Okay, then I'd asked Chuck to include our committee assignments. So Rich indicated that we need to add, let's see, which one is it?
Middle Snake, Tamarack.
I
I got things on that in the mail, plus I got a call. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. It was late anyway. The meeting was yesterday, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think that's in your area. That would be.
I mean, I would have been willing to go until we found something, until that there, I could do that.
Yeah.
But I think this is the only meeting now. This was the only meeting now for the next, 4 to 6 months.
Yep.
But-
So I believe. Oh, really, Connie? Okay, so I believe he's referring to Joint Ditch 64 and 71
Mhm.
that we need to appoint another person on there today.
Where are those ditches?
Well,
I was hoping Rich would tell us.
well, I asked him, it's preference, and he said it doesn't matter. So
Well,
usually we do try and stay with, in your district. So,
until we find somebody, I was the next. I will do that until the next person comes back. I don't have a problem doing that. I just need to make dang sure I remember which one and I get notified so I can do it.
yeah, well, a lot of these do not meet very often. So, but we just, we need to appoint someone for today and
Mhm.
just, and then,
You're already on there, Paul.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm on this, but somebody to be the first
No,
designated.
it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm
Doesn't
already there.
matter. Doesn't
Okay.
matter. So,
So we need 3?
yes, on this one we need 3.
Okay. I'm already there. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna flip a coin, or who's gonna volunteer?
Fine.
Gary?
Gary.
Okay. So then we will add Gary onto the Joint Ditch 64 and 71.
64 and 71.
Yeah, and then
Wasn't that the one in Red Lake? I went to that one meeting.
nope, that was the one above it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So when the we get District 5 representative, if you want, then we can turn it over to that person
Yeah,
right.
if needed.
I agree.
So, I don't know if there's any other ones that need to be appointed right now.
I would suggest the county ditch too, if that's part of the joint. Any of the ones that we have with
Yeah.
Red Lake that we're possibly
Yes,
getting on
there's two
today.
more of them there, Joe. He's got them yellowed on the packet here.
Yeah.
So you were Mark was the third delegate for ditch 2 and 72. Red Lake watershed, formerly Clearwater County. Judicial ditch number 72. And I'm already on there.
The Red Lake watershed one, I wouldn't worry about. We're not having the joint meeting with them. It's the
No.
joint meetings with Red Lake County that would be covered in today's.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Polk
yeah.
and Red Lake. So that'd be ditch 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so are you okay with being on that one too, just for right now?
Number 2,
Mm-hmm.
that works.
Okay.
And of course, when the next person comes, you just come off. It'll just go on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other committees you think that I did notice that the Tri-County Corrections was never changed to Gary.
That should be Gary's secretary.
Almost 2 years already.
Yeah. Did you get that?
Corrections.
The Tri-County Corrections still has Mark listed and should be Gary,
Yeah,
because Mark had stepped down a while ago.
a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know, I mean, Law Library, we can just hold off on that yet.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything imminent. You
Mm-hmm.
may want to just prepare amongst yourselves
Sure.
at home. These are the ones I want. These are,
Mm-hmm.
you can do it on the 2nd of December.
Yeah.
Oh, December 2nd.
That's
Okay.
the next board meeting.
Okay.
You're very close to normally doing this the first.
From January, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The 9/11 Planning Commission meeting, that's Grand Forks, East Grand Forks Metropolitan Planning Organization. Is that the MPO one? Or is that something else? It's the bottom of the public safety bracket.
Honest,
Has me as the rep and delegate, but I know I go to the MPO all the time.
There's a separate Grand Forks, East Grand Forks Metropolitan.
I don't think that works for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'll just stay there, no problem with that one, of course.
Yeah.
I'll just give you, and we'll come back in December with this. Okay.
And then probably again in spring, whenever
Yes,
after
after
the
The election.
recent
and we'll-
election,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
get that
Yeah.
person involved.
Yeah. And that's like, I think, that's why I'm just saying that we should, just leave most of these, for the next commissioner, unless if like these joint ditches that we had to do today.
The other one, excuse me, the other one that I would like to see filled before then though is the viewing committee for the tax forfeiture. So
Okay.
just think about that for next week.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
is that the one where you want us to sign up to take training?
No,
Mm-mm.
this would be, we would go out to forfeited properties to
It's a good-
assess them and place an
Good
appraised
thing to
value
go on the first couple times to get the feel for that.
This would be to set values
It
for
just-
sales on forfeited properties.
It's a one-day thing touring the county.
The
And
Well,
it's,
thing he's talking about?
Yeah, it's gonna be different now with the new laws because when we have to place things up for sale, it's gonna be a little bit more than a one-time
Mm-hmm.
2 or all of them at a time.
Yeah,
Okay.
because they're more on a specified.
And who was on that? Mark was on that?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Because Don had been on it previously, and then it just went to Mark.
I don't know if I have my name. Mark's name.
Oops, where'd that go?
As far as the AMC one, we don't have an alternate there, but Mark was the alternate, being the other person.
Oh, on the
commissioner in that.
natural resources.
No, on the AMC one, or the public safety.
How much is,
Oh, that's
Policy committee.
is
that's
that
the
a lot
local
of
one
time
here.
consumed, Sam?
Oh, okay.
That's we just meet with
Forfeiture
Rich
one?
whenever needed. So
Could take a day.
So
No,
that
no, no,
one-
no, no. It's not 100 meetings.
It's not meetings,
I'll do it.
it's me, Mark Lansford,
Yeah.
with John Steiner, and one of the commissioners going and viewing the forfeited
I'll go.
properties.
I'll do it.
Jumping on
Sounds good.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like something interesting.
it's all
It involves my constituents, right? It could.
Good.
Everyone's.
Everybody,
Everybody.
the whole county.
Mhm.
The whole county.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fine. I mean, it's
The other thing is the appraisals, educational. I think that Mark recommends, right?
that's the
Equalization.
yeah.
the one you sent the email on.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, that's the whole county board. That's the meeting in June.
Mm-hmm.
That's where people will appeal their value.
Yep, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And then what we're talking about is going out and viewing property that is forfeited to us.
Yeah.
Got that.
Mm-hmm.
But there was something you sent an email about it doing this homework for
Mm-hmm.
voting or something.
Oh,
That's
oh,
the equalization.
yeah, that's the
That's same
Board
thing.
of Appeals, the June meeting.
Mm-hmm.
It prepares you for that.
Prepares you for that.
Mm-hmm.
When is that training?
It's open now
Fun.
until February 1st if you want to be for current year, I believe.
Is it online?
It's online. Yeah. Takes about half an hour, 45 minutes.
10 minutes if you skip through some stuff.
Then I'll do it. I'll do that too.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
Yeah, the more we have trained, the better.
Show me how to do it. I'll do it.
And just another thing too, at the AMC annual meeting, Mark was on the environmental and natural resources.
Right.
So if, somebody kind of wants to bop in and out of that with whatever.
Do we know what day that meeting is at the MC?
Oh, there.
If it's the third day, I won't be there.
Let's
Monday
see.
for sure, I bet.
Yeah, I think it's Monday.
Monday
Yeah,
for
Monday
sure.
and let's see, is it Monday and Tuesday, or is it just Tuesday?
Oh, there's two. I think maybe Monday and Wednesday.
No, Wednesday is the annual
That's-
meeting
It's
in the
supposed to be Monday
morning.
and Tuesday then, right?
So,
You're talking about the conference.
No,
yeah,
when the general government meeting is and the safety and all
our
those
policy meetings at the
the
annual meeting.
policies, the individual.
Usually the first day, or one of the first events.
Oh, I
Break
can't
out
remember
During
if it's.
AMC,
The annual conference.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Our policy meetings are. I
And
can't.
then when we break
I
down,
seem to go all the time there.
they're all yeah.
Yeah, so I think they're Monday and Tuesday, because it's not Wednesday.
Yes, I'm going, but I can't stay the whole time. So if it's Monday, I'll go to it for sure. If it's Monday part.
Have you been assigned to a specific?
There's one I'm assigned to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Is it on there?
It should be.
Should be right.
Yeah.
Monday morning, they all.
Right.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
And that is I need to write the name down. I'll get you guys.
Oh,
What
because
was
you're
it?
general government and you're what, public
Public
safety?
safety.
So then that leaves,
Or transportation.
yeah.
Of course, I see Reese is on that transportation.
That's the one I went
Okay.
to last time.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
those would be meeting at the same time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
So you might have to switch back and forth if you wanted
Yep.
to cover both.
mm-hmm.
Sure. So that
Yeah.
Yep, they all
so
do. Mm-hmm.
You kind of move around to different ones and
Yeah, I spend most of the
I
time
can-
in general
right,
government, but if
yeah.
I get into things that,
big issue or something.
yeah, sometimes I'm more curious as to what's going on and
So what is the other, what was that one you were talking about before this?
Or
natural
The
resources.
natural resources, yeah.
Yep, environment and natural resources.
That is where.
First one under environment, that,
Environmental and solid
right, yeah.
waste. So, okay, so I think we have done
Oh, yeah, there we go.
what we need to do today. So,
Mhm.
Good.
yeah. Okay, so let's try and get through our
That take a
forum.
motion?
Do we need to have a motion for that?
it probably would help. Sam and I are trying to keep track of this, which actually means Sam, because my staff is going to be gone for about 3 months. So,
I would move approval of the changes made this morning.
Okay.
I'll second.
I'll
Okay.
second.
You got number 2, number 64, and number 67 ditches.
I think I have them. If
You
not,
got what you need?
If not, they'll be brought back at the December 2nd meeting anyway.
Perfect. That's true.
Yep, yep. So,
And AMC,
Yep.
the
Oh yeah.
environmental natural resources, and mine is the other one is transportation.
Grab that one in there.
yeah, so, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on this? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Carried. Okay, let's run through our forum. Paul,
Last night's meeting was quite interesting at Tri Valley. We're gonna be talking about it here today, right after this. And it was an emergency put together meeting about
Yeah, if there's any changes to
the Minnesota paid leave policy deal.
and ESST.
Yeah, it was a paid meeting. That was the biggest thing. Other than that, I was hunting a lot, so I didn't do a whole lot of nothing else other than that. But we have a meeting this afternoon in Mentor. Okay, and then Monday at West Central on Monday morning.
okay. Lauren?
Okay, we had corrections last Monday and numbers there. There were 128 in jail that day. The average for the month was 124. Of that 128, 16 were ICE inmates. Department of Corrections had 10 and the Marshal Service had 20. Monoman County was 20. That's 20 out of their 30, which is closer to normal or what they're paying for. Norman County had 8, Radley County 4, Polk County had 49. All of those inmates brought in $166,000. That group, Department of Corrections was 23,000, ICE 28, and Marshal Service was 66. So it's a good number. Anytime we're over $100,000, it's goes to pay for the bond debt. Debt service. Juvenile Center had 10 on Monday, and 9 of them were non-county members, so only one county member in that group. That Juvenile Center income was $99,000. The average stay or number of youth was 9, and probation there were 58 new cases and 67 closed. There's 3 open positions between the jail and the juvenile center, 1 open position in probation, so the staffing is in pretty good shape there. 2 grant positions ended, so that kind of cuts back on some of the open positions. Third quarter audit was good. Revenues were at 76% and expenses at 72%. And that's probably enough out of the corrections. On was it Wednesday? We had the Senate I'll get the paper out here so I know exactly what the title is. Investment Committee. They make the tour. Bonding bit. And that meeting was in Halsted and went well. I got some paperwork here if you want to see some of it, but
No,
I won't hand it out. But I have some if you want to see it sometime at point. And everything was just fine. There seemed to be interest by the committee members, but you never know. We've been denied, what, 4 years in a row. So this will be hopefully the change in that situation. And yesterday, I did not go to the Middle Snake Tamarack River Watershed District annual meeting in Stephen. That's one that Mark has always gone to. I've gone to that in the years before Mark became interested there. And it was just numbers and really nothing of any significance. And I didn't go yesterday for that reason. I just was kind of put it on the side burner. That's enough for me.
Are you ready, Gary, or should I go?
Go ahead.
Try to tone down the amount of paper shuffling. I think it's getting hard to clear.
That's a good plan.
Okay, so last week I had the Sandhill One Watershed One plan. Spent a lot of time looking at what our initial grant amounts were and what we've spent and what we have left to spend from our 24 grant, and we've received 40% of the next grant already. And then also we went over like some of the projects that have been done. Then I went to St. Paul, and I had a SHAC executive committee, and we kind of went over some things that'll be at our next full SHAC meeting next month, and looked at kind of the draft of the requirements for our fulfillment of the Foundation of Public Health responsibilities, and the state and local performance, and the Local Public Health Act performance-related accountability requirement for community health boards. So just spent some time on them. And then I went to futures. As always, it was a really interesting agenda. On Thursday, we spent time talking about the elimination of property taxes. And because that, like a couple years ago, North Dakota had that on the ballot, but didn't pass. We talked with someone from Florida and Texas that are both looking at eliminating them. And, the thing of it is that because there has been discussion down at the state legislature on this, because a senator that is no longer there had actually put forth a bill last year. There's just, I think the main question is, if we take away property tax, where is funding going to come from? Because we still are required to provide services for our residents. And then there's, kind of looking at maybe reforming some of the tax, amounts that are on certain classes of property. And there's about 20 states that have done reform on property tax. So, looking that there's probably going to be some talk about that this year. And then on Friday, we had a professor from the University of Minnesota that deals with the laws and regulations in regards to firearms. Really good conversation. There's people that like do have guns, and they know a little bit more information about what people are talking about. But then there's some people that have no idea, like when you're referring to like the magazine, what exactly is that? What part of the gun is it? And so, I mean, it was a good educational thing too. And I mean, we really had some really great down to earth conversations on that. And, we know that that's going to be coming up at the legislature, and we, there was a lot of discussion too on ghost guns, which are so readily available out there now, and they don't come with a serial number, and unless the person that puts it together puts the serial number on it, there's no tracking of them. And then I had the AMC long-term services and supports meeting. We we looked at what had been presented at the legislature last year, both in the Senate and the House, and then the governor's proposed budget also. And, kind of looking at what did pass and what didn't, and the chances of the things that did not pass last year of them coming back again for the possibility of the cost shifts from the state down to the counties. And so there's just, it's kind of like we're just kind of trying to just get a grasp of how large the long-term services is. And we also had for the number of people that are under the caddy waiver under the state, and we have a sheet that shows how many people use that, and like what the average cost is, and then what the total cost is for these different services, which I thought was really interesting. And then yesterday afternoon, I had a MAFBA meeting, and we talked a lot about the legislative language still in the law, and trying to come to a consensus that that county workers are able to provide the services and being compliant, and still with the people that are very concerned with the number of out-of-home placements, that their concerns are met, going forward too in this. So, yeah, there's a lot more to do on that, and we have a year to get everything ready for rollout on January 1st of 2027. So, Gary?
Yes, several of us attended the celebration of life of Marcoli on Tuesday. Very good service, and certainly our prayers for the family. Warren mentioned the corrections. He covered the numbers. Juvenile center has been packed, about 92% being non-residents, from individuals from Roseau County, Becker, Renville, Clay, Nobles, Marshall, Leech Lake, Kitson, Blue Earth, Ramsey, Carvey. So that's good. It's all revenue and being able to take care of some other needs of other counties. We covered some contracts end of the year with food service agreement, several with social services, and approved the budget for next year, despite our non-satisfaction of the new health services. Certainly it's making a difference of the budget. Tri-Valley met last night primarily for one option, and that was to clean up the PTO and ESST. State government gave us some opportunities to make options or changes, and we did. We kind of found a 65-35% split on that, and I'm not sure if we're looking at any changes with that. If not, new I guess any changes need to be by January because things kind of switch over. And then Polk County newsletter came out. Very good, a lot of information. I've ran into people in conversations. I said, well, geez, you really keep track of what's going on. And
Mm-hmm.
obviously they just picked this up and
Yep.
kind of nice. They read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it's online also, right? I mean, it will be shortly. Okay, very
Well,
good.
very good job.
Yeah, very good. And then I've got a Laurel meeting on Thursday, and also looking forward, we're going to be able to take a tour of the new Moorhead Library. It's not finished yet, but so we'll see how far it's gone. That's all I have.
Okay.
I forgot, I didn't turn the page over
Oh,
on my corrections. Concerning that budget for 26, it'll be $7,729,000. That's an increase of $507,000 for Polk County, or about little over 7%. And Polk County will be paying 7.24% of the total budget. And Polk County share in that $7 million number would be $6,882,000, or 89%. We're up 1% or 2% now from
Mm-hmm.
what our involvement has been in the past. Norman County goes up 7.49%, and Red Lake County only 3.46%.
Okay.
And that's the conclusion of the page.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So we're running behind here. Okay, Elisa.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, the time's upon us. As you know, we've been talking about Minnesota paid leave for some time, last couple of years, and effective January 1st, 2026, Minnesota paid policy will be available to our employees. I'm here today to request approval for the new policy, which I have attached. But just to give you some background, it is a new state government program that will offer payments and job protection so our employees can take time off from work to care for their own medical conditions as well as for their loved ones. It is going to be funded by both employees and employers, so it's a social insurance program. The initial premium rate for 2026 is 0.88% for this year, which will be split 50-50 by the employee and the employer for all. This includes all positions, so temporary, seasonal, as well as full-time, part-time employees, board and committee members, etc. Included an example of what that calculation will look like. It'll be different for everybody. Employees will see a new deduction code on their paycheck starting January 1st, 2026. That will have that deduction. Go through the policy again. It's split out into two buckets and what the policy is going to cover. Medical leave, 1 to 12 weeks, as well as family leave, 1 to 12 weeks. The state will be managing this. An employee will apply through Deed, which is going to be our provider. We elected to go with the state provider versus a private plan. Again, you know, this goes into a little bit more detail, as you can see, who's covered by it, what they can use it for. The policy in itself, so there's the paid leave, and then there's also, it can run concurrently with FMLA leave. So it's the employee's choice as to what, depending on what their need is, on what type of leave they want to take. We will allow employees to use supplemental benefits to support this as well. So when they receive pay from this program, if they are approved for their leave, they will get a percentage of their wage, which is different than FMLA. So they will get a percentage of their wage while they're out under this type of leave, and they may want to also supplement vacation or sick leave or any other type of supplemental benefit to increase that pay, but not to exceed their regular hour amount. Again, they will apply online through the state website. We, as the plan administrator, will have access to that to find out whether it's been approved or denied. So I will have the ability to manage that process as well. So I'm here today to ask for approval for the Minnesota paid leave policy and answer any questions that you may have about it.
Do we have any choice?
It's here, Warren. It's here. You know,
I would move approve that.
this is a good thing. This is a program that is offering employees the ability so that we, hopefully can retain employees instead of feeling like we're losing employees due to some of these concerns that they may have with outside issues, and allow them the opportunity to take some time off from work. It does offer job protection. It does offer a variety of things for them so that they can come back into the workplace.
I would second, but I have a couple of questions.
Yep, go ahead.
Remind me, the Tri-Valley has 520 cap hours.
We'll try
combined.
that.
But do we have a cap with our county employees?
As far as what they're
PTO or
And ESSST.
paid leave. Can you accumulate so much paid time off?
yeah, well, you can accumulate like sick leave and your vacation. You have, yes, each
How much
contract.
can you? That's what he said.
It's
800
different,
hours
800 hours, but it is different for the carryover.
over. Well, for sick leave, I don't think there's a carryover for
Vacation there is.
for vacation. There's a carryover for sick leave. You accumulate up to 800 hours, and then whatever you accumulate after that goes into
Catastrophic leave.
Yeah, okay.
That ends.
Yeah, Tri-Valley had a cap, so I just wanted to check on that.
What's that, son?
And then do you have to pick and choose if, for sick leave, if you're going to use, which bucket you're going to use it from?
Yeah, as far as to apply it, like if you're gonna have supplement, if you're gonna be on a Minnesota paid leave,
If you want to take some time
yeah,
off.
you don't have to use your sick leave or vacation under Minnesota paid leave. You will get a percentage calculated by the state of your rate of pay, and it's up to an employee if they want to supplement. See, for this program too, you have to realize that it's allowing employees that have only been here for 90 days. A lot of employees that have only been here for 90 days don't have sick leave or vacation. So it's allowing them a little bit more flexibility under this program to take this time and not feel 100% at a loss in a loss of pay situation.
And 40 hours per year.
Excuse me?
Is it 40 hours per year you can accumulate on the EST?
ESST accrues the same.
S.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I get it. Yep. That's right. That accrues.
Yep. Accrues. Yep.
This is like insurance.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's exactly how they explained it.
Couple questions.
Yep.
So then, like when, like during the year, if, when the employee has their step increase, so then you have to
Nothing changes. They will continue. Their step increase will continue through any type
but
of
I mean,
leave
as far as
situation.
the percentage for their
Their pay, you mean, that they're contributing?
for what their contribution is,
Mhm.
that the,
At
like-
0.88%.
so like,
They
the
have to
employee is doing
increase
the
it.
0.44%.
They are doing, so it's a 50-50 split. So the employee will be deducted 0.44%. The county will pay 0.44%.
And, but so then when their wage increases during the year, their
Yes,
share will
if yep,
increase.
it's total,
Okay.
total, yep.
What is the approximate amount that the county is paying for this?
0.44% of the wage.
But total
But
dollars,
Total on the employer's
do you
contribution.
know?
Says in your memo.
Yeah,
Sure.
so
This is,
if you did,
doesn't say the total amount the county needs,
No.
but if you did, this is just an average of an employee making $70,000. So
hold on here. If we have a $20 million payroll, which I'm not sure how big our payroll is, but it's gotta be close.
mhm.
That's $880,000 that we could potentially pay out.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
Point, yeah.
Yep.
0.44% of every wage.
Of
It's-
every
it's
person's wage with 350
board,
employees.
Seasonal, anybody.
Temporary, your,
Mhm.
everybody's wage.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's that same share out of them.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Good question.
Yeah, it's, because I've been, hearing like, some of my meetings, other counties have been saying how much, and I'm like,
Mhm.
I don't know what ours is.
Sure. Yep.
So,
Depending on the size of your county. Of
Mhm.
course, if you have a larger county, you're going to pay more.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the larger counties too are looking at over $1 million.
Mhm. Right.
So,
Question before the board, I think, because you've already approved the state plan,
Correct.
is to adopt the policy so we can put it in the personnel rules effective
January
January 1st.
1st.
Yes.
Yeah, so any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you
I
very
heard
much.
nothing.
Pull them up.
Tim?
What's up? What is that?
Hmm.
I want to let me unmute. Lynn, can you unmute yourself?
Yep.
Wonderful.
Morning.
Good morning, Lynn. This is Stacy. I'm just going to introduce you quick. This is Lynn Cornwell from Morton Capital. She is going to work with us on investing. She's going to give you a presentation and just some background stuff so that you know what we're looking at doing with investments and getting moving forward with that. So I'm going to just turn it over to Lynn. Thank you.
that I work with. And then we also provide portfolio analytics for free. And that is really a great report. It's a lot of detail, but it also can give you some nice overviews of what is happening with the money for the county. Some other things that we offer that my competitors don't offer is helping with the bond ladder construction. And we can do that two ways. One is if you want to shop yourself, then we send out offerings every morning with the different types of bonds that are available with 118A. That would include brokered CDs, treasuries, agencies like Federal Home Loan Bank or Farm Credit, and then also muni bonds, so local governments buying other local governments. Or we offer what's been very popular that I invented a few years ago is appointment investing. And that's where we just set aside a date and a time to say, hey, we're going to work on investing. I reach out a few days prior to the appointment and say, this looks like the amount of money we have to invest. What are you thinking for your cash flows? What do you have going on with CDs and FDIC numbers? And then once I get that prep info, I go through the hundreds of bonds and put together the very best ideas and email them ahead of time. Then we get on the Zoom, we decide what we're going to buy. Sometimes that can be as quick as like 5 to 10 minutes, or if we're going to get into a more in depth chat about cash flows or issuing bonds or anything regarding investing, then sometimes it can get to a half hour. But it is pretty efficient and people are really liking it. I'll stop now just to see if there's any questions. That's been a lot already.
Questions? Nope, I think they're good. You can keep going.
Okay, sounds great. Another important benefit that you get from working with me and Martin Capital Markets is having a third party custodian. So, a lot of brokers have you hold bonds just right with the broker dealer, but the National GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, kind of the government resource for cities and counties across the country, advises that you do have a third party custodian, and so we reached out to US Bank and cut a deal so that we would get it cheaper, and then we're able to pass it on for free to our clients. And so that makes things super efficient. The wires just go into US Bank to do the investing. When we buy some bonds, I send the trades to US Bank. They hold them. They have an online system called Pivot, and that can be accessed 24/7 for people to pull statements, look at the holdings, see what the interest income has been. And then you have until 2:15 each day to send money in or get money out. So people really like having that custodian rather than just buying from the broker and holding with the broker. This way you get an added fiduciary responsibility of US Bank. And then the other thing is the education pieces that we offer. And so one thing that I already did with Stacy and Heather in August was doing investing 101 training. And we try to make it fun. We do it with a movie theme. So the one I did with them was Clueless, but I recently was at a conference and did one using Caddyshack. This week I'm doing one using Top Gun Maverick. So bonds can maybe sometimes be a little bit boring. So we try to liven it up by putting a movie review theme and trying to get people's attention around all those details of trying to gain more interest income, but keeping that safety level that we need, and then also the liquidity level that you need. So I do quite a bit of training. Um, and then another report that we offer is called the Portfolio Analytics Report. And that's when you guys send all of your holdings to us, including all of your bank accounts. And then we generate a report. I believe it's about 8 to 10 pages. And it kind of slices and dices the portfolio in every different direction for diversification. We do a shock report that says, hey, if interest rates do this, this is what happened to your market values. And then we also do a check on all of the liquid money to make sure, are you at the yields that are the best for the county? And that has been a big thing with Minnesota local governments with interest rates moving around so much. And I think also it seems like the Treasury and finance staff just have a whole lot more on their plate than they used to years ago. And so it's good for us to say, hey, let's look at all of the money in your bank accounts and make sure that you're getting a competitive yield. And I can honestly tell you that I, during the time that interest rates were going up, because the bank, we love those bank presidents in your local community, but normally they are not going to give you a phone call and say, hey, interest rates have gone up and we're going to raise your rate. Until you give them a call, um, you're probably not going to get that courtesy. So we check on that, and it's been as high as one of my larger counties was in a bank at 42 basis points when the going rate was over 4%. And I think that was like a $2 million in extra interest income because I believe they had 50 million with that bank at that really low yield. And so we were able to get that moved into a money market fund and add $2 million to interest income for that county. They also, at their custodian, didn't have the correct money market fund. And so that was another change. This was, of course, quite a big county. So they had 400 million at that custodian. And so making that little custodian change, same county got them $500,000 in extra interest income. A county your same size had, and I think you guys maybe had this too, and it was kind of an old school way of doing things, is they had a huge amount of bank accounts. And the issue with that is paying attention to all those yields. So for that county, I'm trying to remember what their, I don't know that I remember the liquid amount, but I do remember that if they got rid of those, all those little accounts that was taking a ton of time to reconcile, they could get 388,000 in extra interest income per year and get down to just a couple sources, making it easier for the staff to reconcile every month. And so when I sent that Excel spreadsheet, it's just called an interest rate comparison, and it had each bank account and what the going rate was, and it showed the 388,000. It was a brand new auditor treasurer, and she said, "Let me talk to staff." And so she emailed me back and said, "Staff doesn't want to change." So, of course, I had to call her on the phone because I was like, we could get all new staff with this money. So it got kind of nutty of, I realized they are so busy, and me coming in and saying, can we close 20 bank accounts? And I realize you're going to have to talk to those banks. It's going to be political. They're going to actually have to come to you, the county board, and say, "Hey, we're thinking of closing all these banks. It's $388,000. What do you guys think?" Because you maybe are going to get some phone calls when those accounts start getting closed. But finally, they did see the light and started getting down to a lesser amount, and that the ones that they did have had a competitive yield. So that's kind of my job, is to dig around, look at the portfolio and suggest changes, see if there's any strengths or weaknesses, congratulate on the strengths, and then on the weaknesses say, what can we do different? And the other thing I really like to do is dig into the cash flows with every customer and then keep track of it on our customer page. So I want to know, do you have debt service? Is it payable on February 1st and August 1st? And how much is it? And then also those big tax settlement dollars that come in May and October, how much comes in? And then what are you left with after you make all those payments? And are you issuing bonds? And when are you going to issue? And how can we help keep all the money invested? I'll stop again. Again, that was a huge amount of information. What kinds of questions do you guys have?
I don't think they have any questions. They're just looking, this is all new. I don't know that we've had, I don't know the history here, but I don't know that we've had somebody in charge of investing and actually moving forward with it. So I know I'm excited about it. Also, I'm excited to it'll help us get our handle on the cash flow as well. And she's got a very valid point about the bank accounts. We use fund accounting. You need one bank account, and then the fund accounting will take care of all the other transactions, and it does help us optimize how much money we can get going. The other part is it's timely because we are just finishing tax payment season. Tax collections second deadline is passed, so it is a very opportune time to also get some money invested. So if with your guys' blessing, we'll set a date with Lynn to get going on the pivot account and do an investment day with her meeting and get some of our extra cash set up so that we can start earning some higher level investment earnings and interest rates on it. So it's fun. Lynn's a pretty cool person. I'm excited to work with her.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
knowledgeable.
Do
Yeah,
we need a motion on this then? Or is it just information?
I think just information. She's got our investment policy. I think it was just with everything going on, we wanted to make sure that we didn't have any concerns before we start moving our money around.
Been talking about it for 8 months, and I've only been here for 16.
Yeah.
No,
Probably a few years,
been-
Paul, probably
yeah.
a few years.
Yeah. So it'll be good, and she'll make it easy for us to do, which is also a really key thing. Is that it is, because again, with everything on our plates, we do need somebody helping us with that higher level of knowledge of managing those funds for us.
Definitely.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Have a great day, everybody.
Yep, you too.
All right. Thank you, you guys. I appreciate your time. Have a great one.
Thanks, Lynn.
Stacy.
Yep.
I wanted this Stacy. I wanted to just pass on some thanks from people that you helped after the bank
Okay,
dilemma.
okay.
I had people that messaged and called me and stuff and said that, you know,
We responded as timely as we could. Yeah, I felt there were a few that was hard. So
yeah, but they appreciated the work that you did.
yeah, thank you. That's nice to know.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Hello again.
Okay, Victoria,
Oh,
we're behind schedule, so.
okay, I'll try to get through this. I do have a request for an agenda item to be added. A replacement request,
What is it?
social work replacement request.
Okay, so then we need a motion to add.
So moved.
Okay, Gary,
Make that number 9.
That would be great. Thank you.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay.
Okay, so I have 9 items. My first one is a request for social service board meetings to be held in the Polk County Boardroom, scheduled the third Tuesday of the month. Action requested is board approval of the 2026 social service board meetings.
So moved.
Paul,
Second.
Gary, any discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay, second agenda item is a board resolution allowing distribution of holiday gifts. Many organizations throughout the area request the Polk County Social Services assist them in distributing holiday gifts to individuals and families. Gifts will be accepted and distributed between November 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2025. Action requested is motion to approve resolution to accept holiday gifts received to Polk County Social Services from organizations from November 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Warren and Paul, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Third agenda item, requesting the 2026 Minnesota Family Investment Program contract with the Department of Employment and Economic Development. The Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development acts as Air Force in Thief River Falls administers and delivers employment and training program required by the Minnesota Family Investment Program and Diversionary Work Program. MFIP helps families with children meet basic needs while helping caregivers move to financial stability through work. This contract amount is covered by the MFIP Consolidation Fund allocation. Request is approval of the 2026 MFIP contract with the Department of Employment and Economic Development in the amount of $555,737.
So moved.
Gary?
Second.
And seconded by Paul. Any discussion? So this is all no county funds.
No, that's correct.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay. Next one is the Village Family Service Center contract approval. The Village Family Service Center provides family assessments and family group decision-making to services to children and families. The village brings family members together and those close relationship to the children who are removed, children at risk of removal, and children youth involved in both child welfare and juvenile systems. These services help families make the best decisions for safety, care, and protection of children. These services are covered by the Vulnerable Children and Adult Act, a federal and state block grant, medical assistance, and county funds. Request is for board approval of the 2026 contract with the Village Family Service Center for $30,000.
I'll move.
Paul?
Second.
Seconded by Warren. Any discussion?
Just thank you for coming here earlier this morning and
Yeah.
explaining what all these programs were so we could ask them more questions.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay. Next item is the Tri-Min System Agency Collection System Social Welfare System Support Services Agreement. This agreement with Tri-Min provides child agency collection systems, social welfare system support systems, This agreement includes computer programming, technical assistance, and support for the systems which are used in the accounting department. Requesting board approval for the 2026 agreement with Triman to include an annual cost of $1,800 for the agency collection system and an annual cost of $1,800 for the social welfare system.
Okay, need a motion.
Move.
Paul,
Second.
seconded by Warren. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Next agenda item is the Tri-Valley Family Resource Center and Housing Contract Agreement. This contract is to provide homeless prevention and housing stabilization services to Polk County residents. This contract supports the Family Resource Center with providing housing assistance outreach services in the amount of $165,373.21, and the purchase of services in the amount of $20,000, not to exceed the $185,373.21. This contract will be covered by the Minnesota Family Investment Program allocation and the Minnesota Department of Revenue aids, local homeless prevention aid, and statewide affordable housing aid. Action requested is the board approval of the 2026 Tri-Valley Family Resource Center and Housing Contract for $185,373.21.
Need a motion.
I'll move.
Second.
And Gary. Any discussion? All those in
Also sponsored by others,
No county funds.
No county funds.
no county funds.
correct, yep.
Very good.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay. Our next agreement is the Aluma Collaborative Support Services Agreement. This agreement is between Polk County Social Services as a host agency for the Polk County Collaborative, a family services and children's mental health collaborative, and Aluma to provide collaborative support services to Polk County children and families. These services are covered by the local collaborative time study, the LCTS. The LCTS accesses federal entitlement funds through 2 sections of the Social Service Act, medical assistance, and foster care adoption assistance through Title 4E. Action requested is board approval for the 2026 agreement with Aluma to provide collaborative support services in the amount of $15,000.
And was that an annual fee?
Yes, it is.
So moved.
Gary,
Second.
seconded by Paul. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Okay, our next contract is with the Children's Mental Health Screening Grant. This Children's Mental Health Screening Grant contract provides funding for the following services: mental health screening, assessments, and referrals for diagnostic assessment and or treatment for children with the child welfare and juvenile justice populations. The action requested is board approval for the 2026 contract for Children's Mental Health Screening Grant. The total amount of the contract is $78,416 for January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026.
Looking for a motion.
I'll move.
Paul,
Second.
seconded by Warren. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay, my last item is a social worker child protection services replacement request. We are requesting approval to refill a vacant social worker child protection services position with our child protection as a result of resignation. This work is under the supervision of Alicia Kickbush, requesting board approval to refill the vacant social work position and to fill any subsequent internal vacancies that may result from this action.
Motion by Warren. I need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Gary. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And like Gary said too, going through the stuff this morning during a social service board meeting makes a difference.
Thank you.
Huge
Yep.
difference.
Yep.
Mhm.
We're back on time.
You are. Good morning.
Good
Morning.
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 Got a nice group here today.
Yes, very nice to see him.
Oh, there's more showing up. I love it.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my goodness. Do you want to switch and do?
Can I add, can I add an agenda item to fill an open telecommunicator position within our office
Another one?
due to a
So moved.
resignation?
I will move or second.
Okay, so
Get it going.
Gary and Paul to add request for telecommunication replacement. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll go through the sheriff's report for October 2025. Our documented services statistics, October 25, we had a total of 83, and paid services was 2,981.06. Our no charge services are 1,758, and I got to use this. Okay. We go again. 5812. And there's the first sheet. And then for October, we had our transports were up compared to September. We had a total of 7,331 total miles with a total of 262 hours of transport. And as you can see, our in-state prison transports were up in that 3,000 mark. And then again, our out-of-state prison transports, 1,773. Federal transport still is high. That's third highest, fourth highest of 1,231 for the month.
Mental health is a big number.
They all are.
Our mental health is
1,307.
that's because we're going all over the place for putting them into places to assist them, which we don't have very much here, which is well needed. So
Yeah, understand.
yeah. And then the next sheet just has a breakdown with the hours and the miles and the deputies that were on the transports and where they went to. You can see Prairie St. John's, Bemidji, a total of 305, and then 433 with Alexandria, and that's more dependent on where we're picking them up at. So just a breakdown with that, with a total of, again, 262.25 hours.
I like that breakdown better than the other one.
Short and sweet.
I can see it.
Yeah,
So,
short and sweet.
Say like the mental health, there where you're picking someone up at a different location. So the mileage starts from here.
Yeah, it would start from here to go to there, and it's the total
back. Okay.
total part of the miles. Yes. And then our in our telecommunication dispatch center, we had a total number of calls of 2,512 breakdown, and then 746 emergency calls with non-emergency of 1,766 calls. And it just shows the breakdown on that. And then this is just the chart showing where the calls are coming in from. And then moving on to our calls for service for the month of October, is we had a total of 822 calls for service. And kind of a breakdown with that, we can see our animal complaints. Again, that's we only had one animal bite, which is a plus. No one likes those, but we had animal complaints of 27, and that includes anything we deal with considering an animal. So could be dog, it could be deer. Agency assist, we had 23. Burglaries, we had 3 reported. And then our careless driving, we had 3. And then our civil complaints and civil process, we had 152. The created in error are calls for service that were created in error that are taken off the top, but they're put on this sheet to show. Our domestic violence and violences, we had a total of 5, with 3 of them being violent. And then our DUI arrests for the month of October were 3. And we had 9 fraud calls. And then harassment 6, and then our breakdown for motorist assist is we had 20, and then also our motor vehicle crashes, we had a total of 18, a total of 23 altogether. and then 5 being injury accidents. Reckless drivers, 12. And then our school patrol continues to stay busy. We had 98 through the month of October. Suspicious activities, persons in vehicles, we had a total of 15 together dealt with. And then theft, gas drive-offs, we had 4 with another 4 other thefts reported. So our traffic complaints and traffic control and hazards, we had a total of 24 total there altogether. And then we had traffic stops for the month of October were 193. So all in all, with beet harvest and everything going on, it was very good. And then welfare checks, we had a total of 11. So again, 827 altogether, minus the 5 that were in error. So we had a total of 822 calls for service. And that would be the monthly report for the sheriff's office. And then also I put in there for September to look back on that. Any questions, concerns? Okay. Next item that I have is our State of Minnesota Human Trafficking Investigators Task Force Joint Powers Agreement. This is put in place agreement to make government unit part of the Minnesota that will utilize a human trafficking investigators task force that will use a 3-prong approach to combat human trafficking, which includes sex and labor trafficking, prevention, education, and enforcement. The BCA will provide an assistant special agent in charge, and then who will serve as the commander of the task force and who reports to a special agent in charge. The government unit will provide a task force affiliate member. So one of our investigators from our sheriff's office will be part of this State of Minnesota Human Trafficking Investigators Task Force. So we're just looking for a motion to approve the task force and a joint powers agreement.
Okay, Paul,
Second.
seconded by Warren. Any discussion?
Just any question, I'm assuming county sheriffs were able to be a part of this and provide some advice and
Oh, yes. Yep.
recommendations.
So they work with them, and then depending on if the information that's coming from BCA and working with them, the information shared back and forth, and they work hand in hand to deal with any of these.
This is a very important service.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
We've been involved before, so it's great to continue that on. Okay.
You want to do the replacement next?
Yes.
You gotta vote on this.
Yeah, I don't think we voted yet. did we?
No, I mean, we got it added to the agenda, but now we actually have to vote
Yeah.
to approve it.
We had a resignation in our dispatch center. One of our telecommunicators is leaving. The last date will be December 14th. And I would like to open up the position so we can get it in process for hiring. Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, Gary,
Second.
seconded by Warren. Any discussion?
What's your staffing situation there?
That was my question.
Your
So my question.
It was not voted on.
Say that again.
You're correct. The prior motion was not voted on the signing of the joint
The
powers.
joint powers agreement was
There's
voted
a
on.
motion and a second, then the discussion happened a little more, vote occurred. That's what Gary was questioning.
That's what I was questioning.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then let's finish this one first, the telecommunication, and then we'll go back to the other one. Okay, so all those in favor of the telecommunicator replacement, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, now going back and voting on the human trafficking joint powers. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay.
Back
Thank
to
you.
the staffing question.
Back to staffing question. We were currently 1 down, and December 14th will be another 1 down. And they're just taking applications for the last open position, but so we can get this started as soon as possible. Since I received it this morning, that'd be great. It takes a long time to do that in the background, so
That it is.
Okay.
thank you. Next, we have our 3 newest deputies, oath of office. I would like to introduce Deputies Justin Schreier, Deputy Seth Sen, and Deputies Jacob Hendricks. Please come up. You guys can stand in front so everybody can see you.
You got a turn or he's got a turn.
I just don't want to back so everybody can see it. Okay, State of Minnesota, County of Polk, know all by men by these presents that I, James Tappan, duly elected and qualified County Sheriff of the County of Polk, State of Minnesota, reposing special trust, confidence in the fidelity, integrity, and judgment of Sheriff of said county and state. Do hereby appoint the said Justin Schreier, Seth Sen, and Jacob Hendricks as Deputy Sheriff in and for the said county of Polk until me revoked. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Seth Sanders,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of Deputy Sheriff
of the office of Deputy Sheriff
within or said county and state,
within or said county and state,
according to the best of my judgment and ability.
according to the best of my judgment and ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. So now you can turn around to the commission. Tell them a little bit about yourself.
So I'm Jacob Hendricks. I'm originally from down in Fargo-Moorhead area. Spent the last 13 years out in Williston, North Dakota, working for the police department out there, and I wanted to come back closer to home, bring my family and everything, and I'm very happy to be here. I appreciate Polk County very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Seth Sen. I grew up north of McIntosh. I worked as a police officer in Boston for about a year, and then came over to Polk County. Again, I'm really appreciative to be here and happy, and this is a great place to work.
And I'm Justin Schreier. I'm originally from Grand Forks. While I was going through school, I was able to be the first community service officer, and after I finished my schooling, I passed my post test. I was able to get hired on with Polk County, and I couldn't ask for anything better.
Thank you for continuing with us, and welcome.
Okay. Staffing question. What is the situation now? Are you full staff or close to it?
No, we're not full staff. We still are short 3 deputies and still looking for applications. So, yes.
Have any more in line?
No, not at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
you
for coming, you guys.
Yep. Stay safe out there.
If you want pictures in here with your family or out there, that would be great. Up to you. We'll get one with everybody for sure before everybody leaves.
Hey, Brad. Always nice to see you.
Yes.
Joe and I was too busy talking. Who made the motion to approve the shall communicator?
I did.
To approve it?
No, Gary did.
Gary and Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know.
Thanks. You're awesome.
Oh, man, I had so many still with the Robert or Victoria.
That was fine.
Annette, you there?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. 1 second, I'm gonna adjust your volume a little bit. Or not.
All right. Well, I'll continue to talk so you can test out the volume. I don't know if that worked or not.
Yeah, you're good right there.
Perfect.
Annette, you can go ahead.
Sounds good.
You want to use your screen to show what you're talking about?
All right. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yep.
Perfect. I'm just gonna get
a little bit.
okay. All right. Well, good morning, commissioners. Annette Storm with Abdo Financial Solutions here to present the third quarter report. So I'm going to go ahead and just scroll to the first page here. All right. So as you can see here, the first section that we will look at will be the cash balances for the entire county. So as you can see, the total cash as of September 30th was just over the 42.5 million. When we compare that with the beginning of the year, which was very similar. So as you can see, there really wasn't any change since the beginning of the year to the end of the third quarter. This is mainly due to property tax collection that was underway for the second half property taxes. So if we were to look at this again, even a month and a half later, you would be able to see that the amount is now lower after we settle out the collections to the various jurisdictions for property tax collection. But nothing really to note here other than it is very comparable to the beginning of the year. So scrolling into the next page. So this is the Treasury yields. So this just gives you a historical picture as to where the Treasury rates are. As you can see, they have, since the past year, they have slowly decreased. This table will become more useful when the county expands their investment portfolio, which we'll talk about here in just a little bit. All right, moving into the first, let's see, statement of revenues and expenditures here for the general fund. Let's see, I want to make it big enough. Okay, so this is just for the general fund operations. So as you can expenditures, the first column will look at the 2025 total budget. And then when we're comparing it to the actuals, which is that third column there, we look at a snapshot of three quarters of your budget through September of 2025 there. So as we move through there, we have a variance column, and that will show the difference between what has been either spent or collected for the year versus like, and then just to the right of that variance column, you can see that there's those as the stars right here, and then also there are these numbers. So there are comments to explain the variance for anything that is both 50,000 in dollar amount, and then also for the percentage, anything that's lower than 80% or more than 120. So it has to meet both of those variances in order to warrant a comment. So as you can see here, the first three items just have that little asterisk. So if you were to scroll at the bottom of this page, that is due to just the timing difference between when property taxes are settled and then also your local your county program aid as they are received twice throughout the year. So we just have that variance just for the timing when comparing it with 3/4 of your budget for year to date. Moving into the first comments there, you can see the refunds and reimbursements revenue account. The actual through September is just over the 100,000 compared to the budget of 881. So as we are continuing to change the current finance processes, we have streamlined a lot of bills and or it's mainly the bills. Past practice would have the general fund pay the entire, let's just say it's for audit services or insurance. Past practice would have the general fund pay the entire bill and then get reimbursed from the various departments and funds. So that was reflective in the budget amounts. So that has changed. So as we get into the 2026 budget, you'll be able to see that the refunds and reimbursements, our revenue account has changed their budgeting process along with the actual practice. So a lot of the variances is just due to an accounting change to make things more efficient. The second comment here for rent and leases has to do with the Tri-County Corrections. It was initially budgeted under the refunds and reimbursements, but once again, we just had that accounting change internally to show it as rent rather than a refund and reimbursement. And then the third variance here for the revenues, that's due to the main culprit is the settlement funds for the juvenile settlement funds there is the main driver for that variance there. So as we scroll down into the expenditure side of things, we once again have that same threshold of the 50,000 and then the percentage variances there. So as you can see, the administration department has a variance, and that's due to professional accounting services, which a large part of that is being covered using the ARPA reserves, the ARPA funds there. Let's see, moving down, as you can see, the GIS also has a comment there. It's a positive one as they currently are under what their budget is projecting for this time of year. That is simply due to a timing difference from when the services are paid. Usually they're one time in nature, so we'll see this variance dissipate during the fourth quarter report. As you can see, the building debt service, there is a comment in there too. As you can see, there has not been a payment for the debt service. Rest assured, we have made the debt payment. But once again, we are changing current practice. The debt service is now in a dedicated debt service fund. So that is no longer in the general fund. So when we look at this report for next year, we won't see a budget item or anything in there related to the debt service, as they need to have their own dedicated fund to track the collections and payments for all of the debt service. And the last comment in here for the other general government, once again, has to do with a change in accounting practice. The property casualty and work comp insurance has been paid in full, which is why that is over. Sorry, I misspoke just a little bit ago here. Is a timing difference there since you only pay insurance for the entire year. We'll see that dissipate, and then we also have some other moving parts for that department as well. So a lot of cleanup is still underway. So a lot of these variances are still being tracked and looked at improving the process. So as we continue to do additional cleanup, we'll have some other variances along the way as well. But overall, things are still looking very good for the third quarter. And finance staff will continue to work on those improvements. All right, moving into the next statement of revenues and expenditures. So we have expanded this report to also include the Road and Bridge Fund. I will say that we have a lot more variance comments here just for the nature of the work that the highway department does out there. So as you can see for the revenues, it's the same concept as we had just spoke before about the general fund. So anything over the the $50,000 variance, and then also that percentage below the 80% and more than the 120. I'm first going to start with the revenues. I'm going to start with the miscellaneous comment there. So that is due to a handful of items when comparing the expenses through the reimbursements. But the main culprit here is just once again the change in accounting practice with the insurance expense now being paid directly out of the road and bridge fund. We don't have the expense flowing in and then out. So just some cleanup there. And then also I have my wrong, let's see. I apologize, I'm on my wrong comment here. So this is a timing difference due to how the budget is being allocated. And then also the process change. We're now also receiving in interest accordingly to the funds based on their cash balances. So we have the miscellaneous revenues higher there than what the budget is reflective. So that's also another change that you'll see an improvement in the 2026 budget as well. They're now expecting some interest for the highway fund based on what they're carrying in their overall fund for there. We also have the calcium chloride project that is going on. So we have some reimbursements coming in that are also reflective in this miscellaneous bucket as well. I'm going to wait to talk about the intergovernmental until we get down here to this construction one. So just moving along into the administration. As you can see, once again, the insurance expense is now being paid directly from the road and bridge fund rather than through reimbursements. So we just have a little bit of a change there. So that's now being reflective in the administrative bucket there. Moving into the road and bridge department there. The variance is due to an increase in town road allotments for each townships, which is once again offset by the intergovernmental revenues up above. So it comes into play with those payments going out, but the county was getting reimbursed from the state there. So it's also showing up in this intergovernmental revenue there. Moving into the construction area, we have a variance, as you can see, the actual through September is just over the 15.8 million. The planned annual budget was just over the 9.3 million. So that's due to 2026 projects that are starting in 2025. So you'll see the increase in expenses down here, but then also up here in the intergovernmental, you can see that the actuals for revenues are also well above what the budget was there. So even though it's not in line with the budget, you have the revenue coming in from the state versus those payments going out for those construction projects. And then also this last variance comment here, we have other public work funds. So that is attributed to the calcium chloride projects, which we spoke about the revenues up above coming in as the miscellaneous there. So even though it is over budget, there is the revenue coming in. Right. Moving on into the next area, we have, once again, this is our schedule of investments. So this breaks out the various banks along with the different type of account they have, the county has, along with, you'll be able to see the in-transit items down below to be able to tie to the reconciled differences. So this was that same amount that we just referred to at the very beginning for what the cash balance is for the county as of September 30th. We'll move into the next chart here, and this is just an expansion off of the prior page that we had just discussed. So as you can see here, the county is very liquid with their cash right now, but I believe prior to me speaking, Lynn Cornwell presented on how the county is going to start to expand their portfolio with their investments to really start laddering out and really trying to capture some additional interest revenue. So as the upcoming months, as the county starts to invest the funds, this graph and chart will start to really expand. So you will be able to see the different buckets that the cash is in and the maturity rates. You'll be able to see the increase in investments, along with being able to compare those returns. As you can see, the average weighted return there, that will then tie more into that the chart of the yielded averages that we had saw earlier in this presentation. All right. So we are slowly expanding this report. So as the process for the county continues to change, we will also enhance this report that will continue to come to the board each quarter. So I look forward to being able to work with staff to slowly continue to enhance this. The prior quarter that I presented on was strictly just the general fund. So now that we brought in the road and bridge fund, we'll look at some other additional funds as we continue to work on the review process and the internal month-end changes for staff. So any questions or anything related to the quarterly report?
Nope.
Good information.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I'll be back soon.
Thanks.
Thanks, Annette.
All right. Mm-hmm. Bye.
That's something I'm gonna try to plug in.
So the first thing we got discussions on redetermining benefits for our joint ditches between Polk and Red Lake County.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Kurt Cassvan, the Red Lake County Ditch Inspector.
Chuck Blade,
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner. Eric Mickelson, Commissioner.
So do you guys want to scoot up, or do you want to stay back there? It doesn't matter one way or the other.
We're all
Just, you're all right there?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So if you want to. There we go.
There's your arrows there. Or if you want to keep working, do left and right.
No, okay,
We don't
that's
need that yet.
Garrett's thing. Okay. Exit out of that for now.
Mm-hmm.
Go to this. There we go. Perfect. So you'll want to open the joint ditch board meeting. Or recess this one.
Okay,
Open it.
so we will recess our county commissioner. We need a motion. Okay, we need a motion to recess.
So move.
Paul,
Second.
Gary, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Might as well hand those down. You guys have already seen this, but I gave this to the Red Lake County people. So basically,
Before we get going, they should, being at the joint board, they should nominate and elect chair, vice chair, and secretary.
You know, when we came today, I didn't know you guys were doing an actual joint ditch meeting. I thought it was informative.
Okay.
Sit in on your board meeting.
Okay.
So these aren't our normal joint ditch representatives.
Okay.
So if there was some miscommunication, that could be, but
Okay.
so what did you intend on doing today, I guess, is
Well, just going through the process that the Polk County Board has already done with the redetermination of benefits for our county ditches, having discussions about the 2 joint ditches or the 3 joint ditches that Polk County is the majority on, and then determining whether or not we want to redetermine benefits on those as well. So if they can't make a decision, then we can just do an informative meeting and not a joint ditch board meeting.
I think that's what it's gonna have to be, this one,
We
because
can do that in December then.
I don't know that we were set up and ready to do that, today. So,
Okay,
I didn't realize that.
okay,
In our little discussion that we had
Yeah.
through email, you just asked us to attend. If a couple commissioners could attend, and I got these 2 lined up.
okay,
Our regular ditch representatives, they were tied up with meetings, so they couldn't come.
okay.
So I think it's just gonna have to be an informational meeting today.
Sorry about that. Then you can go back to your normal process.
Just a miscommunication, that's all.
Yeah. Well, so
So then now we have
We'll
to come
still-
out of
we'll-
recess, correct?
Yep.
Sure, yeah. And the joint meeting, you can end that one or adjourn that one.
Okay, so then let's get a motion to go back into session.
I'll do that.
Warren,
Second.
seconded by Gary. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Carried.
Okay, so information only, so let's see. So you have this map that I handed out. The Polk County Board has decided to redetermine benefits on all the ditches in the Sand Hill River and the rest of the county. So all the county ditches that fall within Polk County are in the process of having their benefits redetermined. And as you look at the map, Joint Ditch 60 is over here on the west side of Red Lake County, which involves Red Lake County. And then you have Joint Ditch 66, which is in the middle between Mentor and Crookston. That also involves Red Lake County. I think Joint Ditch 64, Red Lake County is the majority on. And there might be a couple others.
64, you guys are the majority.
Okay, 64 we are, 66 you are?
We abandoned some ditches years ago, remember that?
Well, we abandoned parts of it, but
Yeah.
not all of it.
So unless things have changed prior to that, you guys were 82.9% and we had 17.1, so you are the majority.
On 64?
Yep.
Okay, 66?
66, you are not the majority.
Okay, so 64 we're the majority, 66 you're the majority. They're in the same basically in the same location. And so
you also got one on the east end too. That
Joint Ditch 1 or whatever
71,
it is.
yeah.
So the questions coming from the attorney is the Polk County Board can't make approvals on the joint boards. The joint board has to make approvals on them.
Yeah.
So if you look at the map, the orange and light blue is being done currently. The dark blue will be done next. So if you look at my email, that is page 2. Final hearings for group 2 is the summer of 2027. Group 3 is 27-28, and the dark green up in the northeast part of the county is 2028. So that's the schedule we are currently on as far as all the county ditches in Polk County.
Just to mention, we're not opposed.
Yep.
You and I, through email exchange, you talked about the benefit cost,
Yep.
For doing projects. And, there can be some of that. I haven't run into an issue with projects with benefit cost analysis myself.
Right.
And I understand that, especially on the joint ditches that you guys are majority holder, we're gonna have to work on that and probably get those done.
Yep.
And maybe the others that were the majority holder also, and we can work on that. But the main thing, that was discussed was that benefit cost analysis. But as you and I discussed, I said the big benefit is the buffer strip.
Yeah.
You know, if you're gonna be paying these guys and putting in buffer strips, I mean, it makes things easier as far as for buffer strip implementation. You don't have to fight with landowners. I think that's the big benefit. You guys got to be looking at that also. You must have discussed it.
Yep.
So I think
Well,
that's what pushes this thing.
the buffers are part of one bill that they had to put, the landowners had to put them in, but as you redetermine them, the buffers have to be there. So if the buffer's not there, we're paying to put them in. If the buffer's already there, then it's part of their damages to pay for that grass strip that was there. And so, yep, we understand all that as part of all the ditches in Polk.
Yeah.
So
and if everyone's being benefited, you know, the meetings you're having is the proper way to do it.
Yep.
And I would like to have been included early on, you know, and maybe had some meetings also.
Yeah.
You know, informative meetings, because the way I look at things is if the majority, when we have a meeting, say we want to do this, well, then the board can move ahead with it.
All right.
If they say, well, we're not interested in this, it doesn't benefit us, we have CRP already, we don't need blah, blah, blah. It's not a benefit to me, it's a benefit to them. Why should I put money towards that out of the ditch system that I paid into? Just look at the big picture.
Right.
So if you do the meetings like you're doing and everyone agrees, or the larger percentage agrees, I have no problem with moving forward with doing this and doing the redetermination. But you know, as far as extra expense to the ditch system, on a lot of our regular ditches especially, I'm not pro spending money and paying these guys extra money, you know, to redetermine benefits. That's just my feeling. That's what I report to the board.
Right.
But on joint ditches, it's a different thing. We got to try to keep apples to apples. I realize that.
Well, and the issue that we're going to have is you're going to have these gaps. If we don't do the joint ditches that are part of Polk County that have water coming from Red Lake County into it, then there's going to be this gap. And we don't want those gaps, personally speaking. And we want to make sure that anybody that's draining water into those ditches is paying into that ditch system. And right now we can't guarantee that because the benefited area is from 1905 plus whatever's been added by petition and not necessarily by viewers. And so H2 Overviewers is the consulting group that's doing the redetermination of benefits for us. They do everything by LiDAR and everything else, and then field work. It's a really good process. You'll see that this afternoon if you show up at the mentor meeting. We just think from our standpoint that we need to do this all at once because at $3.63 an acre for their fee, that's the cheapest you're ever going to get.
Yeah.
That's, you know,
well, that's a good price.
It's less than what they were charging 10 years ago to do it. So
it's just buying the easement that gets to be the big dollar item.
Well, like we redetermined benefits on JD 72 and State Ditch 61 north of Gully 2021 started the process, finished it in 22 or 23. Most of that already had enough right of way and the buffer was already there. So there was very little extra cost other than the viewer's cost to redetermine benefits up there. I could see that happening a lot in Polk County as well because they bought more right of way than what was actually needed.
Okay.
And so, you know,
even on these old ditch systems, you know, if that was the case, that would make it a little easier to stomach.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise you're talking on some of these systems, big dollars.
All right. Well, it's, you know, 16.5 feet by half a mile is 2 acres. So
on both sides.
Well, most of them are along the township road, so it's only one side. There's going to be some ditches that are.
I thought it was 2 acres per mile at 16.5, so 1 acre and a half mile. I had thought.
Anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Acre and a half mile.
Acre and a half mile.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yep.
Yeah, well, we're not opposed to it, and that's what I thought this was, an informational to come and discuss and talk and
Okay.
not make decisions today.
Okay.
But we did talk at length, a couple different meetings, and I explained my viewpoint, you
Right.
know. But as far as the joint ditch systems, I think that we're gonna have to try to, like you said, work together on those and
Yep.
see if we can get those done. So
We'll just have to have a joint ditch meeting
we'll have a separate one.
in the near
Yeah.
future so that we can go through everything that
Yeah.
needs to be done.
You know, just
And then get that set up because Rinky Noonan has to do up all the orders for it, and the joint board will have to approve those even beyond the next joint board meeting. So it's going to take a couple in order to get through the process. So
sounds good. I'll work with you on it. We'll get it figured out.
okay.
So,
Any
guys,
other questions?
for
Any questions for you?
So we're looking
I
at
must be
December
blind. Where's
2nd?
ditch 71 on here? Why am I not seeing
I don't think
they're okay. It's probably way up. I think it's up on your east border. Yep. And it's not labeled. Okay, that's what I was. It's up in the dark green. Yep. Along the east border. If
actually,
I can
it's
remember.
not, it isn't on here.
Yeah.
It should be down south of Oakley. That's why I kind of said GD 71 will have to be added, and that's your majority.
Yeah.
You know, we had an agreement years ago, you know, when Jody was here,
yeah.
Everyone from Oakley would call me and I took care of even the Polk County side.
Yeah.
And he just said, Kurt, if everyone's working with you and you've got a history, no big deal. So we had that agreement. So
yeah.
Maybe that one got overlooked because you don't do much work on that.
Well,
except for spraying, maybe.
Yeah.
The helicopter.
Yeah.
So if it isn't on, we'll add that one too.
Yeah.
I was just asking, that's in my district, and I know people have brought that up to me before, so I just wanted.
And we're in the process also, since Eric brought that up, you know, we've had a couple members that have always been, well, you're assigned to joint ditches. And I brought up at a board meeting since some of this discussion that, you know, Eric on the east end of the county, he's got a lot of ditches in his district, and he should represent on the joint ditches that are the joint ditch meetings that concern him, because they call their commissioner, you know, when they have questions. So we're gonna redo our joint ditches and make sure that if a commissioner is in that district, that he's at least representing that district as one person.
Right.
And we haven't done that, so we're gonna do that the first of the year we talked about.
Okay. So
that they if they're gonna get asked questions, at least they're aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, so that's kind of in the process too.
Okay.
So.
Anything else?
I don't think so, not right now.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
If you can show up at Mentor at 2:00, like I said, the presentation by H2 overviewers only takes about a half hour, and you'd be out of the Mentor Community Center by 2:30 if you needed to get back to.
I'd like to go, yeah. And they had 3:00 meetings, social services, I think.
Yeah.
So, I think Chuck said that. Would
Anyway.
you be able to make it there?
I think so, because I
Leave
think
by
that
2:30?
the meeting I need in Red Lake Falls, I believe, starts at 3:30.
Okay.
So then I should have time.
Yeah, and I
That'd be
appreciate
good.
the invite today too.
Yeah.
Even if it was 3.
So are we looking at maybe December 2nd of doing another joint meeting to?
Well, me and Kurt will work it out, and then I'll let
And,
you guys know.
And if there was miscommunication on this issue, I don't remember anything about.
I just assumed it was going to be a joint ditch board meeting.
Yeah, so
when
it's
you
not a
were
big deal.
coming,
It was
so-
good to come here and discuss a little bit anyway, and talk it. So if we're all done, we're gonna roll.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Sure.
Next, we have Garrett.
At the meeting though.
We already did.
We got Garrett Barovich with Woodseth here to talk about our grant and what has been done since the beginning of the grant.
All right, Garrett Barovich here. I thought I'd just come and get in front of you guys a little bit. I've had a couple questions from landowners in the area to say, hey, where are we at? So I don't know if Joe and if you've been getting contacted at all yet.
I have been lots, so you can
You
hear from me
have.
when you're done.
Okay, so Columbia Township is where we put our money to do that, just because of the issues we were having. Just a little history on it. I kind of put this presentation together for a group of surveyors that I went through, but just to give you a little history, Columbia Township was done originally in 1871, 1872-ish. So just here's some of the history that we start with. Going through the old records, it kind of lays out how all these section lines were laid out, and over history, you got to read through those notes, and because everybody always asks, where do you start? Where do you start? Well, these books that are in the recorder's office is where we start. The original survey notes are now online as well. So some of the facts about the township, most of you know. Rolling hills, a lot of wetlands, a lot of lakes, a lot of pastures, some farmland. So a lot of old woods. It has railroads going through it, which there's a lot of history on railroads in pertaining to location with the section corners. So it's a major history factor in a lot of land surveyors. Highway 2 goes through there, which is one of our big issues at this point, hang-ups, because there's not a lot of section corner monuments in Highway 2. So we're having a little bit of issues with those. And then there's 3 county roads through the county too. So this is just kind of our process that we laid out. So March of this year is when we'll have this wrapped up and the project wrapped up. So that's kind of been a big question with people, because we tried starting, where are you guys at? Where are you at? When you're coming to our area? When you're coming to our area? Type of a thing. And it, we wanted to start in the southeast quadrant of the township and work our way through that and that. And once we got out there, realistically, it didn't really happen that way, because of just, you'll get to one area and there'll be a little bit of issues and you'll be kind of hung up on that. So it's like, well, instead of being just hung up on that, we'll move to another area and keep going and keep going. So, but yeah, so March is our deadline, and we'll have that all wrapped up. So this is kind of just a record we put together originally about corners that have recorded information, have corner certs recorded with Sam. Sam helped us put this together, the numbers and things like that, and all the coordinates have nothing going on. So, corner inventory in that township, there's 136 total corners that we're working on. 4 meander corners, those are corners that they placed once they ran into a lake or a body of water. So they placed those in the original surveys. 57 corners with absolutely no information or records besides the original government that we knew of going into this. Once we got into it a little bit more and did more digging, we probably found some information on some of those corners, just not of record. 33 government recorded corner certificates with that actually had coordinate values on it. When we're done with the project, all of them will have a county coordinate value, so the GIS system can get updated. It'll be in the state database. So 8 corners without coordinate values, 10, and then 26 are supposed to be placed that we do not have corner certificates on. So that's kind of just a breakdown. We sent out a land surveyor notice to all the people who own land in Columbia Township. Had a board meeting just so they knew this project was coming. They seen it. It was publicized in the paper as well. And then we had a township meeting just to inform them. That meeting took place on June 11th, 6 p.m. Probably had 35 to 40 people. Kind of discussed the grant, project details, answered questions. So this was, I threw this in here. This was given to me from one of the people, kind of had me sign I don't know. I talked to Greg Woodseth and he kind of said, don't worry about it. So after the meeting, I don't know if any of you guys heard, but NPR radio did a presentation, came out and interviewed us and that. So I just put a link into that. That was a really good informative deal that they came out, talked to us, so they understood the process. This was kind of in retaliation to Mr. Green's, Senator Green's proposals and stuff to the state because kind of going against it. So they came out, he had some articles in the paper, so NPR kind of wanted to do a little more digging. So we kind of went through a nice little deal with them, brought them out to the site, went over, found some corners with them, showed them the process of what we do, found some old tied trees that tie out to the corner and found the corner. So just some pictures from that. In the one corner there, there's some original monument stakes that we have found over time doing this. Same time when we were out there, that landowner in the middle came out and talked to us, which was really good. He kind of got interviewed too and stuff, but he is a big advocate of this, having this done. So this is just the numbering system that we came up with in Polk County using the kind of the taxpayer number kind of matches with the parcel number. So every point in the county from the section corners, quarter corners, and 16 corners have its own number. So they're all individually tied out by that number. So we did a couple corner excavations. We had the county with the backhoe out there. So we didn't go out and purposely just dig up every corner. You know, if we had information on it or other survey information, we did it. We ended up digging up, excavating for 5 corners. We found 2 out of the 5 original monuments, which is a very good number. That's not common. And then we replaced them with like a big CIM monument, which will have magnetic properties to it, so they're easy to find later on. So. Some of our challenges right now, we're probably about 70% done. Field work wise, I'd say probably closer to 80 to 90% done. We're just having a few issues along Highway 2 where we're trying to work with MnDOT to figure out their maps. If you ever looked at some of the MnDOT maps, are just brutally hard to understand. They have conflicting information on them. And then you start going into their road orders and their commissioner orders and things like that to try to refigure out what their alignment is and where the corners are in comparison to it. So we've been having a struggle with that. And Highway 2 has so much rebar and nails in it that you're just, with a magnetic locator, you're just, there's magnetic properties everywhere in it. So it's really hard to tie out. Navigating the wetlands area has been tough, but we've been getting through those in the frozen area. Erroneous surveys. We've come across quite a few U.S. Fish and Wildlife surveys out there that are not very good. One, unfortunately, is kind of on the backside of some of our people who are having issues with. I don't think they took in account anything that had been done prior to what they were out there. But we've worked with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, talked with them, and kind of come to a conclusion and stuff, and said, you know, this is erroneous, and we need to get that fixed. Other conflicts with other survey work that's been done and stuff. So, like, I have a meeting with another surveyor tomorrow to discuss a couple corners. Positioning and things like that. So whenever we're coming into any type of issues with surveys or anything like that, we're getting that surveyor involved and discussing with them and just saying, hey, why did you set this here? You know, where are you going with that? But our goal isn't to try to prove some other surveyor wrong or anything like that. Our goal is just to get them in the right spot. So, and then besides that group of difficult landowners, which we haven't heard much about them in a while. So right now, as of today, we have 57 corners recorded and submitted to the state, 14 that we just got recorded today, but I will be submitting them when we get back. Our preliminary field work, we're probably 90% done. Mostly we just have to get out, come to the conclusion and set them at this point. Looked at every corner, we've come up with information. There's a few that we'll go back out to try to find a little bit more information, but we're pretty close to wrapped up on that. In a large part of our work at this point is just set some of the final corners and then get the paperwork portion done of it. So by March, we'll have all that wrapped up. So that's kind of my presentation, just so you guys have a little bit more understanding if anybody is talking to you guys about that. So
Your meeting was in June or May that you had with the
June 11th, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know about it till after the fact.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that folks, there's been 3 people, and I ain't gonna give any names because I don't think that's important. I think the important thing is they're all constituents of this county. And when they have complaints, then it's my job to bring them to the complaints.
Yep.
And they apparently, at that meeting, it was stated that you would contact anybody on their lot lines or their property lines once you found them or had something. The people that I've talked to, and apparently they all talk, which people do within these townships, they haven't heard from you personally. If you're on their land or on their property, you found a corner or something, I think it's so vital that they know that you've found this. Just what you showed me.
Yeah.
Because I know I only hear the complaints, I only hear the gripes.
Yeah.
And I told them that I will bring it up when it comes due because I know that we were having this. You were going to get my calls first, but boy, golly, he's here.
Yeah.
But they want to hear from you. We hired you to do this. And maybe it ain't what you do. Talk to these homeowners when you're there. Maybe it isn't what you do when you find a corner. Take these troublesome people, if that's what you want to call them. I don't care what you call them. They're all constituents. They all have purpose and they all have right to know. It's in their township. They want to know where their lines are.
Yep.
If you found 4 corners, go tell them.
Yep, and we have been. We have been talking to
Well, I'm going to talk to these people after today and see if he has told you that they found the 4 main corners and their reference points. My guess is if you got 4 corners, you could triangulate and make every border, everything you need to.
Yeah, no, we've been very open with stopping in every farmyard on every section,
Okay. So
talking to people.
Good.
We have had issues with 3 people, so I don't know.
Yep.
They could be
It's
very well the
3 people, I'll guarantee you.
same 3 people. Yep.
Because they want more clear answers, is all I'm saying is they want more clear answers. If we can give them more clear answers, half of these problems go away.
Yep.
That's what I'm asking is, can we give more clear answers based on what that last meeting was? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and then, so most likely it's the one right around Langby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, and all those we have not come to a conclusion on. The ones right by their property, they were actually recorded prior to this project even happening, so we didn't really even have to go and re-look at them. But
some of them I've heard within these lakes. You just explain how you do the lakes, and they were not provisional boundaries.
Meander corners.
Yep. Okay. I mean, to me, if this is explained, these people should be in the know.
Yeah.
So let's
You do understand. We can tell them all the correct.
Yep, I understand that.
They will never believe us.
They might not.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as they know it all. And if it requires us to have another meeting, a township meeting with them to go through the township and everything you just showed here, this is pretty self-explanatory. You gave it all. There's points there. There's points that can't be found. There's points that'll never be found. And you have the documentation from 100 years ago.
Yep.
There's no fighting that's truth. To me, that's truth.
Yeah.
That's all I want is the truth. They need to hear the truth.
Yeah. And the same people turned me in to the state board through this process, and the state board found that what we were doing is
And then they
legit and
need to
good.
know that.
They should, because the state board would go back and
Well,
let
then
them know
they all need to know that, because if these calls are, I don't mind these calls. The thing is, I want straightforward answers, and I got more answers today. And if this was presented, you can't argue with this. This is the real McCoy. These are real marks. But keeping the constituents informed is important.
Yeah, and I would say we've been doing a good job. We sent out a notice to all the owners. Anytime we are going on their properties, we've been stopping at the farms. We've been talking to them. I've had phone calls with, I
Well, I
would
would
say,
hope those other people share the fact that you've been on their properties, and so that they know township wide that they have been. They've been around. They've been doing their job. They've been doing this job. That's all I want to know, is that the job is being done, and these people are. Because I asked you this 3 months ago, but it's fine. I'm gonna send the message back.
yeah. And you can, if you have any other questions for me at any time, just reach out to me. So.
That's all I have.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks for the update.
No, I don't need it. At the last meeting, you guys approved the $10,000 payment to BNSF, 7,500 for the construction agreement, 2,500 for the easement, and so now I have the construction agreement in front of me, which includes the easement, so it's 63 pages long. I have pink tallies here. I'm going to have you sign the construction agreement and also re-sign the easement pages that I gave you last week. So there's 2 more here. So you got 3 different places to sign.
Okay.
So I need approval for the board chair to sign the agreement. So this will include us being able to put the trail in BNSF's property, and the $7,500 for them to extend their crossing the 10 feet needed to incorporate the trail.
I move.
Oh,
Second.
Thank you.
second by Warren. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
So you can witness her signature, and then I can have my gals notarize it. Is that okay?
Super duper.
Perfect.
Well, we should have it notarized.
Well, he can't notarize.
Greg, are you a notary by chance?
I am not.
Do you want me to go grab
Anymore.
it?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I want one in the room.
Because we can just attest to most things.
Well,
It's just a railroad.
Yeah.
They want to
wait to sign until the notary comes in, or can she start signing?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, she just needs to acknowledge it.
here, and Chuck can sign there. There. I'll fill in the rest. All I have to do is.
Boy, they have paperwork. Holy buckets.
Okay.
That's the only one that needs to be notarized, right?
This is the only one that needs to be notarized.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, Chuck, you witnessing?
Yeah, you're good. Taking care of right now.
Sorry about the joint ditch thing. I just,
Yeah.
my issue, not their issue. I should have made it more clear.
But there's still a meeting.
There's still a meeting at Mentor at 2:00. The two representatives from H2 Overviewers will be there. One is a Old County Commissioner, and the other one is from Renville County, and the other one, I don't know what he does, but he's the one that's going to give the presentation, not Brian this time.
So it's his dad.
Sorry, no,
Brian's dad. He was commissioner, right?
Janet's coming. He worked for Middle River Snake, not Middle River Snake, but Marshall County, Marshall Polk Rural Water.
Yeah.
There he did. Yeah.
County dropped hers. Yeah. Thank you.
You don't watch her sign that?
Yeah, Jones, arises for her, please.
I thought you were always a notary.
Nope, never been.
No. Michelle wasn't?
Nope.
Oh.
He gets married. Yeah.
Oh, he can marry people, he just can't notarize.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
That's nice.
All this fun stuff.
Still Jeff. Kendall is. She's got. Annalie is. She's out with a sick kid. Kayla's on break.
There you go.
We went down like 4 or 5 of them.
Megan and Elizabeth are both notaries, so
Yeah.
they signed for me.
Becky is, and she was helping us with the county. I think I got down to the assessor's office.
Oh, just so you know,
What do you think this means? This one
submitted
by Janet.
CASA 6 for a bituminous
Oh.
award through the state. The
County
state come up and
aid.
reviewed it, and we won the award.
Really?
So
Good deal.
yeah, so we'll be the rural county state aid.
Yeah.
I
award
just
winner.
did that here. It took me 20 minutes.
It's 195.
Get Sam ready to go here.
Yep.
Take this opportunity to bring it back.
You got it figured out?
I do. I don't know what that blank there meant, but otherwise it's all good. Okay, you need your fingers in there?
Nope.
In that spot? Oh, you
Nope.
don't? Okay.
Nope.
There you go.
Thank
Okay.
you very
You're just
much.
gonna have Chuck sign. Okay,
I'll wait
thanks.
for him.
Oof, what a day. Mr. Melby.
Good morning.
Is it still morning? Yep.
It is for another few minutes.
Yeah, I got you out here early, didn't I?
Right on
No.
time.
No, we're behind.
Okay, so I don't know if it was Rich's fault. What I've got before you today is some extension committee members that just kind of some cleanup. Doreen Erickson and Marlis Volstead. It looks like they were missed at being appointed at this board. But so I'd like to go through and have them officially appointed at this board for their last year of their term. And then with that, there's 2 additional members whose terms expire at the end of 2025. In District 1, it's actually a vacant seat right now because Aaron Rungans was the representative and his term expired at the end of 24, and there hasn't been a replacement found yet for that one. And then Ray French in District 3 has reached her term limit. Or will be reaching at the end of hers at the end of 25. And so I'm just dropping the bug on those 2 areas because we'll meet after, I think it's the 20th of December, or sorry, the 18th of December. We have 2 meetings of this board before the next extension meeting. So I was just trying to drop the bug so that we could think about it, and if you had any recommendations,
take care of
bring
it
it
on the
to me or
16th.
Gary, we could do it up by the 16th so that we're prepared on the 18th for the extension meeting. Because that would be the last one of the year there where they'd be looking to fill those.
Okay.
So if we have any, if you can think about it for the next month, come back on the 16th with some ideas of who would be good extension committee members. And then with that, looking for a motion to approve the appointment of Doreen Erickson and Marlis Ballstead in their final terms, which will expire on December 31st of 2026.
So moved.
Gary,
Second.
Paul. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Mine is short and simple here. So, we have a 2014 Silverado pickup in our fleet that we would like to liquidate through Enterprise Leasing. It's the last remaining vehicle that in our fleet that's owned by the county, so we'd like to clean that up. It's
You said 1972?
no, it's a 2014.
20.
It's a 2014 Silverado.
Grief.
One of my heat plates on it.
It's about time.
There's collector
I thought you were looking for a collector vehicle or something here to give you Enterprise's number. So anyway, I mean, even though it's still 11 years old, but I mean we've got our use out of it. So anyway, it's time to do something with it. We'd like to run it through Enterprise and use that as a down payment on the lease for its replacement.
How many miles on it did you say?
I didn't, but I think it's got around 70-some thousand on it.
Okay.
That's not much for.
No, so it's still got some pretty good value, and it looks really nice. I mean, we've kept it up, so but it's time to do something with it. So I guess I'm just looking for approval to move forward with replacing it.
Okay. Looking for a motion.
So move.
Paul? Warren? Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Before you go, so you got new lighting in here.
Yes.
Yeah,
How's everybody like the lighting?
it's bright.
It's bright.
Gosh, there's no more nappy.
Better for the pictures. Is it better? Because I noticed that these 4 or 6 or whatever they are, these aren't on, and I don't see where you turn them on. These cans up here. Is that?
The little cans up there?
Yeah, are they not functional anymore, or are they?
Well, they're supposed to be, they were just in here yesterday, unless they mistakenly clipped the wire. Yeah, they're supposed to all be on.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Because sometimes we'll have meetings in here to kind of dim the lights so that we can watch the screen better, and those lights help with working at the table.
They're still on site. I'll get a hold of them and see what's going on there. So
Okay.
It looks a little darker to me live streaming, but
these lights have settings on them. We can manually bring them up to different settings.
They're on off right now, buddy.
On those, yeah, but I mean, as far as on the big ones too, I mean, they have like 3 settings on them.
Thank you.
All right, done with me?
Yep.
All right.
For now.
Thanks.
Okay, Greg.
Good morning.
Yeah, for another 5 minutes.
6 minutes.
That one's slow.
take your time.
So before you, I guess one final time to talk about attorney salaries. I know I've talked to you about this during budgetary processes the last 2 years. In fact, brought this up as a proposal last year, but it wasn't something that was budgeted. It is in my budget this year. And okay. And as you know, 2 years ago, the Public Defender's Office did a substantial increase in their pay. Managing attorneys went to 184, and their full-time attorneys maxed out at 158.5. That was a contract that the 3-year contract that they entered into 2 years or 3 years ago. They're on their 3rd year of it. And it created substantial problems for county attorney's office in retaining and attracting attorneys. In fact, you've seen just locally in Pennington County and Red Lake County, county attorneys and assistant county attorneys leave the offices to go to the public defender's office. And so I guess there's kind of 2 parts of this. One is the assistant county attorney's salaries. I'm asking that you approve a salary increase for them, and the salary increases that I proposed and that was at least put in the budget as calculated by Stacy was essentially increasing everyone a step. As I indicated in my memo to the board, it gets them closer to the public defender's office, still not equivalent, but you know, it would put at least better on par with it. And I guess as I've told the board, my concern is, you know, we have a limited, first of all, it's the only position in the county that requires a 7-year degree for an entry-level position, right? And it's the only job in the county that requires a 7-year degree. And you have, as I've told the board before, half the graduates from our 3 law schools in the state automatically leave the state according to the law schools. The other half that you're dealing with, about 300 attorneys, I believe it is a year, are then divided between the ones that don't go into practice at all, which is a number of them. In fact, out of my 6 best friends in law school, 4 of them didn't go into private practice. They go into private practice, which pays more right now than we do starting. Or I'm competing with the other 87 county attorneys and trying to attract people to northwestern Minnesota, which is hard enough in the way it is. And my main competition here is now the public defender's office, who is now fully staffed, which they haven't been for years. And amazing how that happens. And they're retaining people, right? People are staying longer. They're not jumping around. So my proposal was to increase the attorneys by 1 grade. Again, this puts them more on par with the appellate, or the public defender's office still doesn't. And as I've told the board, I understand we can wait on this. We can see what other county attorneys' offices do. All county attorneys' offices are dealing with this. Some have already addressed it. McLeod County, the first year the public defender's office came out with the raise, approved this exact proposal, 1 increased grade. They actually did it over the non-recommendation of a committee that recommended grades, but they increased those salaries 3 years ago. So their salary range right now is 102 to 153. Their county attorney makes 195, even though he was a newly elected county attorney. So that's my proposal. And then with respect to mine, again, I'm not on the grid. My salary is supposed to be set based upon the duties, responsibilities, my experience. As I've told you before, I'm now unfortunately getting to be one of the longest serving county attorneys in the state. Since I was elected, other than 10 years ago where we had an issue about my salary, I've received a COLA every year. Has been my increase. So I'm proposing that I not be put on the grid, but we've used that as a guideline. I'm just proposing that you move me up 1 guideline on that grid, which will be equivalent to to Chuck's salary. Again, that doesn't put me at where the managing attorney is in the public defender's office. I would know he manages 11 people. I manage 13. He can't handle more than a 50%. Well, actually, it's less than a 50%. I thought it was can't handle a 50% caseload. So he's got 50% of his time to manage the office. I handle a full criminal caseload still, and I'm trying to get out of that to the best of my ability. But that's my proposal. If you got any questions about it, where people are at, it's, it's something that I don't know how else to address.
You sold me in the first paragraph, so I move.
What's the budget committee think?
Well, let's.
We're
since
not
we
there
got-
yet.
let's, we got a motion, let's get a second so we can discuss. Well, I'll second it then so we can discuss it and then we'll go from there. Okay, so, I mean, I've got a lot of questions. So what does this do to our grid? Mm-hmm.
Well, I think there's two things that are trying to be done here. One is to continue with some semblance of order with the grid, which is a different process. He's got an issue which we've recognized, I think, with the public defender's office. So the comparables we have for the grid are other positions in the county. Clearly, the problem from a competitive standpoint is what the public defender's offices pay. Theoretically, you can look at what other counties are paying for county attorneys. I don't think I've ever seen in the last couple of years, looking at the AMC website for jobs, there hasn't been multiple counties out there looking for county attorneys. I think what he's offering is a compromise. I can't endorse it from the standpoint of being responsible for the process, because I like to have, I end up looking at the whole picture. I'm certainly not going to be belly aching if you just do it. It would be, frankly, a lot more expeditious if you did. I don't know that the long-term problem goes away until you essentially take the attorneys off the grid and just have them rated against public defenders. And that was a state thing that happened. We don't have any control over that. Some of these positions that we've got internally, you can't find people for. I have, and I've talked to Greg about it, I've talked to the department heads about it, I've talked to the finance committee about it, personnel committee, that up until the last year or so, we've been really trying to find the lower half of the grid, the incentive for getting and keeping people and having them stay. The incentive to progress through the grid.
On retention, the whole way, I agree with you.
But I think now, just looking what's going on around the state, and a lot of this, to be frank, has to do with state legislature a year or two ago, lifting the cap on management salaries, city, county administrators. It was always tied to the governor's wage. That is no longer the case. Now you're seeing around the state that top wage, and I know I'm in that grid or that wage, but I'm certainly seeing around the state. I'm surprised at not only cities but some smaller counties that are either where I'm at Polk County or higher. I'm like Greg in a way that you actually just negotiate straight with me. I've just been on the grid once I was able to get myself on the grid. My position wasn't always on the grid. So when we've done market studies in the past, it's generally been the second year of the 3-year contract cycle. I did start that process early, but it didn't didn't come fast enough. And it needs more review, it needs more work. And so I don't have anything in the budget. So I bring this up at Tuesday's meeting. We have some conversations about it at the end of the meeting. So this is the time to bring it up, because at some point you have to approve his wage, if nothing else. The attorney's wages are in the grid as they are, but this is a real problem. We've known about it. I don't have a short-term solution for you, but I'm not going to stand in the way if you just go and do it. I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't have before you any of the rationale to do it. I like to do that, even if it means constructing value to the positions in terms of job descriptions and so forth. But we've got a foot in the process and we have a foot out. Greg can do this, unlike other department heads, because he's elected, he answers to the public, not to me, but generally I think we've done what we can to respect some of our internal processes and move ahead, but I gotta be realistic about what he's facing too. When's the last time we hired an attorney?
I hired Chris Hoos a year ago.
And how many vacancies do we still have?
Well, depends on your term of vacancies. As I've told you, I got one person working for Salt Lake City just because he's a great employee, and because we have Zoom court, we can do that. But is that the best circumstance? Absolutely not. And I'm pretty sure Scott's gone in a year from now. So and that's 35 years of a county attorney's experience out the door in my first assistant. And I'll note that the public defender's office, this salary, their managing salary attorney applies no matter if you live in Minneapolis or you live in Crookston, Minnesota. So the managing attorney in Crookston, Minnesota gets paid the same as a managing attorney in St. Louis County or Olmsted, which isn't the case of county attorneys. And I'll note the Stearns County attorney makes, I think she made $228,000 last year. So my concern is attracting and retaining people, right? I like the people I have right now. I'd like to keep them, right, as long as I can. But while there's always that opportunity, and I don't want to be the last, I don't want to be behind the ball doing this when all the other county attorneys have done it, and then we go, okay, now we need to do it. It's and it's something I've been talking about for 2 years now, since this adjustment came up. And it is in my budget. It is in the budget that I put forward to you guys that we discussed back in September. And the cost isn't, actually it was penciled in there at $100,000, according to the calculations that Stacy got, because she had calculated mine too high and I adjusted that. It's $85,555.07 is the cost, the county for 2026, and that's salary and benefits.
So a little history, because we did recently do a first assistant county attorney, and that is at grade 20. We have 22 grades. Greg mentioned he's been at a grade, he's actually just a shade over grade 21 because of our years of having the two
COLAs.
And then we went off the December 31st rate of pay, so that put him just above that. I should mention we used to have 26th grade, which I think now I'm regretting because we're seeing the compression. There's two other grades of attorney. Assistant county attorneys 2, which are 19. Assistant county attorney would be a 1, essentially grade 18. What I think he's proposing is that those just go up a grade. I will say, typically it isn't how we do it. I'm glad he hasn't used the term reclass, because there needs to be more to it for reclass. But if this gets what he needs, I would expect this will be an ongoing problem, to be honest. And as far as his pay, he's eliminating it to what the county administrator's position is, but whatever.
It's just,
whatever needs to be.
we've used the grid as an artificial marker. I'm willing to continue to do that, just proposing moving everyone one grade.
Now, the only other thing I will add on this is that Greg, being elected, can come directly to you. And there's only I have to respect that. I would with the sheriff. The processes, as it says right in the resolution that we do every year, is that the compensation system is administered by the county administrator's office, which generally is myself, labor attorney, HR. So you're not in the morass of trying to make the analysis and decisions and all this stuff. But I just don't want I'm not looking to encourage other department heads to come and do a direct appeal. I would say no. But Greg, I respect the county attorney, and that's his right. I respect that.
So if we gave the okay to move them up, so what would their ranges of salaries be then?
It would be this. 21 for the first assistant. This is hourly.
Yeah.
20 for the county attorneys. And 19 for the county attorney ones. Grades are 6% apart.
So
the steps are 3% each. He is asking for the same step. So they're going to be getting
and I can tell you exactly the salaries on them. You know, yeah.
Say, it's the COLA, because the whole grid goes up for everybody. The 6%, whatever over and above that same step means. So you're probably talking, I don't know if you've done the numbers on it.
Stacy did. Because Stacy's the one that calculated these. If you wanted to see them, I mean, I've got her printout of what it is. It shows 20.
Close to 10%.
How much?
Well, I'm just off my head, 10. COLA is 4 1/4. That's a given. 6 for the grade change. And if it stays the same step, I don't know if that's another 6% or where that actually fits on. Typically, we wouldn't do that, but well, you figured out. You did the calculation.
You have that information.
I do. I
can share it with us.
Absolutely. And these are Stacy's calculations. She's the one that did them.
It's not in the packet.
It's not in the packet, but. So someone like Scott Bueller, who's been here, again, he's been in the county here for 30 years and county attorney's office for 35. His salary next year would go up to $156,307.68, which again would still be behind someone, just a line attorney. He's my first assistant, right? A line attorney would make $158,500 at the public, or makes $158,500 at the public defender's office. So he'd still be below that. Essentially, it's a long sheet, right? So you'd have to go to the third sheet on there probably is where you're going to find the final figures. And that shows, if you look at that final sheet, it shows the wage change, the cost or the benefit cost increase, and then the total change. And it varies depending on where they're at, right?
Well, it's helpful to know.
I can jump ahead and say what I've done in the budget. It's probably got different status of other departments. He budgeted $100,000 for this. It's in there. I just simply put $100,000 here's some fund balance to offset it, but the real cost going forward. But you know that it won't be the last wage related thing that I come to the board with. He's coming to the board this time, but probably sometime after the first of the year, maybe late winter, I can see coming in and saying, okay, here's where I think we have what we have to look at in our grid. That'll be more of a matter of when and what has to be done.
Any more discussion?
It is different to have, someone in the department come in and negotiate for their staff. And I'd hate to ever get in that position. I would prefer if we could, we do have a budget committee of two, business, that we try to have a meeting within a week and discuss that. And then if we choose to make a recommendation to the entire board, it's fine. Other than we share what our thoughts are and what the budget. I mean, right now the levy's at the maximum. If we don't cut something, we're going to have to make some choices. We can't assume we've passed or okay with every department head's budget, because we'd be paying a 20% levy. We can't go above what the 4% is. So we're only going to have so much money. But I'd be certainly willing to table this today, have it sent to the budget committee. That's kind of what we have. Finance committee. That's kind of way I think things should work. Go through the committee, and obviously we've got a time, so let's not needle daddy on this, but
yeah, because because we've had this discussion previously with the ARPA funds,
right?
That could have been used for some of that retention stuff, but it's so you indicate that taking it out of our fund balances, and
we can have the budget discussion right now because I got that on here, and you can watch too. But to your point, I try to get everything done the last few weeks has been. I'll put it this way: I feel a little brittle right now because it's just hard to get a handle on everything. But if you want to go through, I've actually drafted up.
You got the wrong date.
Yeah, it's on the 16th and 2nd.
Yeah, okay, it would be the 2nd.
And again, there are two parts to that salary part, right? There's the ACAs and my salary. So just
yeah.
Gotcha.
But it's because like when I was going through this, and I look at that 4.7, taken out of the reserves. I think there needs to be some other cuts found, and and like you said, this is already included in your budget.
Well, everybody has things in their budget right now. Every department head does what they want to spend their dollars on.
You want to go through this?
Well,
so yourself a hole here.
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you?
Yeah, or do we want to vote on this motion?
Vote on the motion.
There is a motion on the floor.
Correct.
And a second.
Yeah, because I did it so we could discuss it. So
the alternative, if it's defeated or vote ties. Now, basically, it becomes an issue that goes back to the budget committee. And it can resurface it.
Well, that's what I was saying. If
Can
we're
resurface, can it not?
You don't have three. Somebody voted in the majority, and we went through this on the survey a few years ago. And Robert's rules, somebody that voted in the prevailing side needs to be the one that brings it up at a future meeting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Staff doesn't come back with it. Greg has the option of what, I don't know exactly what your option is, but you go to
The option
court,
is, yeah,
but
the appeal of budget.
yeah, and then we deal with it in that process. But I realize as we got the budget kind of laid out here that if the questions about the budget came up, well, maybe that helps in how you view some of this. And I've had a hard time just getting to this. That's why I didn't go to Commissioner Holy's event on Tuesday. I spent the day up here trying to get everything put to bed, amongst other things that are going on.
My bigger fear is that his department starts having people walk, knowing that he is presenting this. That's my bigger fear. And it's in his budget. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But this issue is an ongoing issue and it's never going to go away.
If I could just interject, because I think we know what the issue is. We've known about it, to be honest. The fact that we're talking about it in an open session, I got 8 other collective bargaining groups, 30 non-represented employees out there, plus myself, watching this, that if your question is a budget issue, then let's talk about the budget. You already made the motion, you probably know, but the arguments being made are variations of the same one in almost any department. I hate to say that, but he's got legitimate concerns, and this isn't the only county with this problem. But he's right, we got to do something at some point. I probably wouldn't have gotten to it this quickly. Or I wasn't getting into it this quickly. But here's the budget. I've put together a budget that is the 3% levy. Here's my mouse. Why isn't this thing working? But there's the 3%. Because I know that I've been saying that's a target. We do have the levy for debt. We're going to have 2 bonds paid off in 2026. That's been a key thing for a number of years. This is a draft, by the way. I just don't have it all stamped with draft on it.
Mm-hmm.
Real problem for this year's budget, despite a 4.25 COLA and despite $250 a month increase for insurance benefits, is Tri-County went up almost $500,000 on the levy, and there's nothing you can do about that. You don't manage it, you get a number, and that's it. And having sat through their meetings, there's really nothing to do about it. I didn't hear twice, it's so important.
Well, yeah, I think there's 3 things that you got in there twice.
Yeah. I was just trying to write, and I said, we're gonna have to have this conversation. I usually don't have this until the afternoon of the budget hearing, but just trying to keep my own thoughts in order for the budget. The things that I'm aware of in here, there really isn't a lot of operational costs to address. there really isn't a lot of capital items to address. There is a new position. It's actually $75,000 in finance, because we're going to have to do something there at some point. Don't know what, but that's in the budget. There are 2 social services supervisory positions. I know that there's probably like, well, what are we doing that for? We've had 2 vacant positions for quite a while. We don't necessarily get rid of a position, we don't fill them. So the supervisory positions, it does add expense to the budget, but oversight and management, program compliance is the rationale there, and we can certainly have Karen come in and talk to you more directly about it. We don't have anything budgeted for APTO. That has to continue. We don't have anything budgeted for software. We have to figure out what that's going to be in order to continue this transition that we've been going through. Sure, I'm not missing anything. Oh, I think it's pretty clear right now in 2026 we should be doing RFPs for banking services and an RFP for auditing services. Those don't have dollar amounts attached to them, but our auditing costs historically have been very high because we just haven't completed year-end ourselves to a point where we can cut down on those costs. We are getting rid of merit. The last year, that's about a $40,000 bill for the state to give us a process for hiring social services employees. We can do that ourselves. So there's the new positions that I talked about. This is always hard to see, but essentially, I went and just used fund balance to offset a lot of the budget that I've been given. Some reductions have been made since you saw them in September. I'm not going to remember. The 4.5% preliminary levy would have been about $425,000 more. But since we're getting down here to the end, and there's a lot of unknowns really for 2026, including just fund balances. That $4.8 million number right there shows up a little bit better, I think, up here. Right here, 4. This number is actually wrong. It's a little bit more than that, 4.8. That's more than last year by a few, not too much, but it's getting up there. The overall budget is relatively flat. Keep in mind some of this includes our environmental services, which is not a levy supported operation. Revenue, like most years, we're about the levy is about 40% of the revenue that we get. This slice right here is about the same percentage slice of revenue. It's money we've already got. I would like to get us on a regimen of getting that lowered as time goes on. Knowing that we're doing things now that I wish we were doing 8-9 years ago. Software improvements, consulting help at that time, but I'm sure all the costs are a lot more now. But again, budget on the revenue side, relatively flat, counting reserves as a revenue. That little green amount is where we're trending. This is essentially the levy. Road and bridges always go up and down. Tri-County is in there as a revenue, because we do get paid back some expenses there as an expense for Tri-County. This is the increase here. This little bit of orange is actually the library levy, which is now in the finance department, so it's not going to show up as its own levy. But you can see it still increases against the entire budget. And social services remains, our largest budget.
As things stands right now, if everything was approved in the preliminary, what would the percent of levy increase be?
3%.
Still down to
What
3%.
I'm showing you right here is 3%.
3%,
yeah.
And we are limited to 4.
4.5.
4.5.
4.5.
Sometimes I've come in and said, I really wish you wouldn't go that low. But I at this point, I just don't have we are working towards being able to really understand how we operate around here. Part of the problem has been the numbers have never really meant much. So why sit on people's money when you can do your budget? The flip side of that is we have issues like this, and it's not just Greg's department, it's the entire organization. So, we try to, I try to do balance. We do things we don't have to do. I know that, you know that, but we do them. And maybe another day that becomes an issue. But this levy right here for debt, $2,028,000 for 2026 goes down for 2027 to $972,000. Because the jail bonds and the refinancing of bonds in 2025 got a much lower rate of interest, save money. The valuation of the county has gone up. That's very hard to see, but it's, I want to say 1.9%, something like that. So that rate, if you just go between, I don't know how Sam calculates it because we got tax capacity and all that kind of stuff, but it's pretty flat, meaning the increase in property taxes relative to valuation. And that's, you can see our history there with other counties around us, which I'll say this is kind of my Don Dietrich Marshall County District 6 chart. I was getting from Scott Peters up there. He likes to point out their lower rate. Well, they don't have what we have in terms of a community or a county. But, so we can talk more about the overall budget. If we want to make cuts, we're pretty much into either positions or capital items, but I use that fund balance to do those capital items.
And
I'm going to call up my worksheet too.
One of the things that I think about many times, all these position openings that have come up, do we actually need all of them, or are they just there by history? Is there some way that maybe some of those positions may not be ever filled?
Which ones would you have?
I don't know. I would say there should be some review of these things rather than automatically filling them.
We don't automatically.
Well, they automatically come before the board.
Come before the board. If we think there's something that should be done different, we'll come with a change. And essentially that's what social services is doing with those 2 supervisor positions. It's not that much different than what he's doing right now, but it's more on just the wage side. It's not changing positions. I couldn't tell you. I know, I can honestly say, I think we've had positions that probably weren't as productive as other positions. But you know, we have what we have for a workforce. And we've had a lot of turnover, especially the last 5 years. When a department is spending a lot of its time training the replacements, you end up having some issues. We've been pretty stable at the management level. Sam is relatively new, but he came up through the ranks. That's where we're going to get our next management people from. You know, as soon as we go outside for a department head, I can't tell you what's going to happen. My track record here isn't that good.
You mentioned social services. Well, I look at that list, 111 employees in that department. I wonder if there isn't some overage there, so to speak.
The amount of turnover, that's how many positions we have, that's what we budget to. But it's like what you see over at Tri-County, a lot of times we have vacancies, and I think that's one reason why their cash balance stays the way it does. This is my 41st year and my 25th year of doing county government, and social services is more complicated than any other budget, and you get revenue back for most of these positions. So it's never a one-to-one. You can debate the merits of the required programs. You can debate, as you will all hear when you go to AMC, you know, the inadequacies of the state in making it work efficient.
The only thing I want to interject here is, unlike every other department that you're dealing with, right? Social services, they deal with social services issues. That's it, right? Sam has an election issue. It comes to my office, right? The jail has a medical contract issue. It comes to my office. All the prosecution comes to my office. All of those social services issues all come to my offices. And yes, they get funded for the extra work that they have to do, like the new similar to our ICWA.
MAPA.
Yep. Right. That they get funding for that. We don't as county. Well, there is some funding out there, but I'm just saying. But we don't get that. But all of their issues, those all come to my office, right? I'm the only office that has to interact with every other office and do their jobs too. So, you know, I don't mean to get defensive about this, but the attorney's job is substantially different in this county, and I think we've delivered, at least when you've talked about it, a pretty good process, especially prosecution-wise, that you don't hear in other counties. And one of the reasons is because we've been able to retain people and keep people here. And I'm telling you, that is getting harder to do, and it's going to get much harder to do in the future. And that's why I proposed this. You know, unlike, you know, highway just deals with highway issues. But when Rich has a lease issue, it comes to me. When he has a contract issue, it comes to me. So I think that's the substantial difference between the county attorney's offices and every other office in this county, other than Chuck's, because Chuck has to oversee everyone. So.
Well, the more I think about and hear about the whole budget issue, I think 3% is not going to be attainable this time around. I think you're going to have to be above 3.
Well, I wish I could give you a longer term projection, and you know, we're certainly improving our capabilities of doing that. We're working with Stacy, but you know, you just talked to Lynn, who should be more aggressive. And it's not unusual. This is what you sometimes have to do to be more aggressive, is bring somebody in that brings a broader perspective as to what you should be doing with the funds that you already have. And the ABDO folks have certainly helped us be more efficient. I mean, you know, God bless our employees. They do what they do, but it hasn't always been made clear as to why they're doing it. So they may do things that they don't need to do, and you know, we've been rooting through some of that stuff, trying to make the work clearer, easier. You know, you come in, you got, I don't know how many bank accounts we had. I mean,
39.
yeah, you know that.
Was it really?
Imagine doing that at home. I mean, there's your weekend, once a month. Here, it's not necessary, but you gotta deal with that. I can't defend any more than I already have. You know what we do as an organization. I've certainly tried to put it in front of you that, you know, when I was hired, and you were the only one here that hired me, you know, I was told establish the county administrator position, and I think I've been able to do that to a degree. We don't have the internal systems built where they should be, following policy and directives and that sort of thing. We certainly don't have the software, which I've always thought would be a way of cutting through some of unnecessary processes that we have. I've tried to be very reasonable, yet maintain some discipline in things like the wage grids. And that was non-existent when I came here. Greg's department had 14 steps. Highway had 3. I get hired by this board. I'm not even on a step. You know, took 3 years to get me onto the grid, or 4 years. You know, and I'm like, this stuff has to.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're not in 1989 anymore. And you got me for a while, unless you choose to move on from me. But you know, while I'm here, I'm going to keep trying to find better ways of doing things. But I can't speak to everything that's been here. The 111 social services employees, I've questioned how many we have, because we have a county of, now it's less than 31,000 people. But I can't find anybody that isn't just swamped with work. And I think we got a pretty good management team. And no offense to any of them, speaking as somebody who will age out, they're going to age out. And you better get some people in behind, because there could be anybody telling anybody how to do anything.
Yeah. The reason I'm in front of you folks, as like Chuck, I'm not here forever either.
Well, Gary made the comment he didn't want to see all of these departments individually coming before us.
No,
that was the case under the coordinator position.
Yep.
We dealt with it that way. That was a pain in the butt.
Yeah. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. My concern is I've been raising this issue. This is my 3rd year I'm in front of you arguing the same thing. And this is the same thing that I had proposed last year, and I was told, well, it wasn't in my budget, so now I put it in my budget. So I understand that. I also argue to you that these are substantially different positions.
Well, the reason I asked what was the current preliminary budget, if Greg's proposal is in there, and we're still at what percent?
Well, 3%.
No, that's where the goal is.
No,
what
that's
would it be?
where he is right now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but using 4.7.
Greg's department right here, and he's got $100,000 in there for these positions. It's actually 85, I think, something like that, whatever you said. And I just, not knowing and respecting his decision, his right as an elected staff member to put in whatever he wants, I could give you a different number. I didn't take it out because, you know, this is an issue. I would like to get to it later, but I don't know. This is when the budget gets done. And
Well, if we're already at 3%, then I don't know, I can't see any reason why we don't just go ahead with this problem. We have to address it at some point. And if our levy increase is only gonna be 3%, then
my last thing that I'll say to this, because this is a budget. One of the mysteries that I've been dealing with here is, because I do this every year, what is the actual when we get to a year end? Well, year ends, we've been getting audits a year later, 16 months after the end of the year. You can't tell.
yeah.
And I've said it before, I said it, no matter who's been working here and dealing with our finances, we appear to have gotten to a point where we levy a significant amount to keep things running.
Mm.
Never, and always having enough to deal with whatever comes up, but never knowing where that margin is. That I would say we really should work towards. We should be in a position, we're not right now, of arguing. What's the difference between a 4.5% levy increase versus a 3%? I really can't tell you, because the money is there. And you might see over here, because I started playing around with this a little bit, one of the policies that I want, one of the policies I have in my other county, what is your starting point for how much fund balance you can use? So it's just not willy-nilly and one day you don't have enough money at the bank, which Polk County, you have experienced 25 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever it was. And we have a marker that says from the state auditor's office that you maintain 35 to 50% of your operating balance in reserves. Ideally, that gets you 4 to 6 months worth of cash flow. Well, what do you do with the amount over that? And my simple approach is whatever's over that, you can't use more than half. So you're always maintaining a cushion. We have multiple fund balances. We have public safety and public health and social services and general fund. So we have some work on that. Stacy is already working on it with Abdo. It isn't really going to matter here, because this is really the last of the old way of doing this kind of a budget. I mean, I'm using a spreadsheet that I've had before because I can't quite get Questica to turn it into this, even though I'm using Questica to populate the revenues and expenses.
And the market study isn't really going to, I mean, it'll show how we compare with other counties, but still not against the public defenders.
Well, it should be. If it was a true market study, it should be, because that's my main competition isn't Pennington County or Beltrami County, right? The only time I lose attorneys to other county attorneys' offices is when they make life decisions, right? They want to be closer to the parents, so they move to Elk River. They want to be closer to the family, so they move to Nobles County. That's the only time I lose people, really. But if you look around, look at Red Lake County. They've got an appointed county attorney right now. Why? Because their county attorney decided to go back to the public defender's office. Pennington County lost 2 assistants back to the public defender's office, and now they have an appointed county attorney. Monoman County can't hire a county attorney.
But keep in mind the market study, pay equity, and our grid. His staff are only compared to our internals. Our overall system is compared to other counties. And it's a whole different ballgame. Nobody else, no other department has a state department that they have to compare to like he does with public defenders. Oh, you heard from Karen that we just lost one to the state because they pay more and you can work from home. So probably work from Utah if you want to work for the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, and we're all paying for those.
Well, you're gonna pay somebody to do
Mhm.
the job wherever they're sitting their rear end.
Okay, any more discussion on this?
Well, one thing, I think it is important to look at what the budget you're going to be presenting, and the one that you were tentatively, we're doing later in the agenda, included the 100,000, right?
85.
All right. So, and with these six, it's 85,000,
85.
but would be plus your,
No, that's in there.
that's in there already.
That's
Okay.
all the attorney positions in my office.
So 85. Now, I'm guessing that in the finance position and the two in social services, were those what the yearly salary would be? I mean, it's going to be at least 4 months probably before you hire someone. So do we have some margin there?
Yeah, well, for finance, it's just a number. There's no job description. There's nothing. At one point.
But it's for a full year.
No, it's for 6 months.
For 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is difficult. I don't actually like doing 6 months. I like doing 9 months because that means it doubles for the following year. The two social services supervisors, I believe, are a full year. That could be moved to April 1. I'd have to talk to Karen, see what kind of pressure they've got up there. I'm imagine that those would be internal moves, not backfilled. So,
But then it depends on if you want to refill those positions. If they, I mean, we could say no, I guess.
we can start saying no, and
Well,
you know, if where the government shutdown was going, I mean, I've been contemplating just having a moratorium on hiring for a period of time if the whole system goes to hell, but that obviously isn't happening with
Not for 2 more months.
no.
Yeah, I can see. I think the rationale in social services would be to provide more supervision, and some of us, I think, in some of our discussion has been, well, maybe that's we hold on to for a while and see where a right number is. I don't know. Are we doing more? Does Beltrami County have 110 employees? Maybe we should be looking at the size of our department based with other counties our size. That might be a good start. I don't know.
Well, I think, if we do go ahead with, changing those two positions to supervisor, I would like to see 2 of those open positions taken off.
I would go for that.
I would go for that.
As a practical matter, there is no plan to fill them.
Mm-hmm.
The union doesn't like losing a position.
Yeah.
But that's a different.
But the problem is they're still on there, so we're still budgeting for them.
All sorts of money. They still don't get approved to fill unless they come to me and then you.
Right.
Yeah, but they're still part of our levy.
Yeah.
We don't fill them.
No, but they're still included in the original budget. Correct?
Yep.
Well, yes. What they're in there now as supervisors, they've been in there as positions that we haven't been able to fill. So they've been in.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the 2025 budget.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no bodies in them.
Mm-hmm.
2026, there would be 2 supervisor positions. We still wouldn't fill the bodies, but we actually have.
Yeah, because I know they have no intentions whatsoever of filling that office support in McIntosh. And that's still on there. We seriously have to start looking at some of this stuff.
We have to, you can't do everything.
27's budget is going to be a bear.
Even worse.
Okay, well, I don't want to be short with you, but you just got an hour and a half with them.
I know it, yeah.
And nobody brought it up. I have lots of conversations with Karen about where things are going and that kind of thing. But I do that in my office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any more
Well, those
discussion
are-
on this?
None of it precludes those decisions you made.
Okay, so I am going to
The,
call,
just to Claire, you're going to do the presentation on the 2nd, and then we will make our final decision on the 18th, 16th or something.
yeah, 16th. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'm not quite through yet, but on the budget.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have.
Well, I mean,
I
because
got
we got,
an attorney waiting on one,
yeah,
and I got one sitting.
yeah, we gotta get moving on here. So I am going to call the question for the motion that we have, which is to approve the suggested increases.
Can I make a motion to table this to the December 2nd?
Well, I think that's a non-debatable motion. If you just move to table.
I would move to table just to kind of get this thing worked out, to make that work, and with some suggestions that we have for, I mean, I'm guessing you're open to some suggestions on changing your plan if they're minor. That's what I'm getting at. I think some minor changes can be made. I'm not, I think you've made a fairly decent option, but I'd like it to affect the total budget, and what are we going to do? We got to make decisions. I mean, that's what our job is what, do you want this, you want that, want this, that, or do we just charge people more tax money?
I'm not calling you charge well in the 3%. What you would be doing if you start cutting is you'd be reducing how much fund balance you use.
Somewhat, but I've got some ideas about some stuff.
I don't like the idea of using fund balance for operational expenses.
Well.
So does that need a second, or is that just?
I think you gotta act on it. I don't, Greg,
Yes, table must be second.
Okay.
Table must be second.
I'll second the table motion.
Okay. So what do we have to do with
Is there
the
discussion,
other
or we just
motion?
go vote?
Table is not open for discussion.
I didn't think so.
But what about the original motion?
This supersedes it.
Okay.
or
Yeah.
however you
Okay.
want to say it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table this item until December 2nd. All those in favor?
Which is the tabling the original.
Correct.
motion
The one.
and second.
Correct. Mm-hmm. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Carried. Okay.
We'll see you in a second. If you guys got any questions or need anything from me, just yell, okay? No, I mean, just shoot me an email.
No,
whatever.
I think you've done a fine job, and it's a good option, possible option.
I may have it, but send it to me.
Oh, you want a copy?
Well, there's $15,000.
Get that off the table. I don't have somebody.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, what do we have left?
Well,
Chuck.
we got a closed session.
Yep.
We're not done with the budget, but
Yep.
yes, I need to walk across the hall here for a second.
Yeah.
You want to do the closed session and then come back to the budget, or
Yeah, let's do the closed session so we get that
I
done.
want to let Josh in?
Okay, so we need a motion
I
to
move.
To move
Go
into
close
closed
session.
1 o'clock. Okay, Paul,
Second.
seconded by Warren. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. We are now enclosed.
So we're off?
We're not off yet.
Yep. We're not.
Oh, I'm right here. I can't be off.
No. I'll get some more water.
I think that'd be a good idea.
So we're out of coffee.
Do you want me to go find some coffee? No. I can't bring it in during the closed session.
Water.
And then, okay.
You need to say
Yep.
something.
Okay, so welcome back after our closed session. Gary and Warren did the motion at 2 o'clock to open back up. After discussion and evaluation of our administrator Chuck Whiting, it was the consensus of the board that he handled the issues properly, and we will carry on.
So, getting back to the budget, having done this so many times, you've seen a lot of this in the past. But here's the dynamic you probably need some time with so that you can understand it. I know you want
the specifics.
Well, you want to cut. You want to get costs down. And I can give you things to cut. They're not going to be things you necessarily may want, but
we could probably give you things to cut too.
Well, true.
Well, you and I have had this discussion.
Yeah, I've had some discussions.
Has to be our budget, right?
Well, it's my budget to you, and then you do what you want with it.
Well, when are we going to do this? I'm just a little worried, concerned about time. Do it today?
I'm giving you.
I understand. We're just under.
Would a special meeting next week be appropriate?
Only if you don't want to do this now.
Well, if we get more to handle.
Let's see what we can get done today.
Well, yeah, it's
no, next Tuesday is.
I'm going to explain to you what we've done. I mean,
yeah. What do we?
Pretty much what you've had before,
Mm-hmm.
and then use fund balance to make it good, so to speak. But the fund balance, I try to be very careful, so it's not there for operating, but it's almost unavoidable in some of this. But it raises some questions. Why do we have so much fund balance in social services? What are we doing with fund balance in public health? They don't have capital expenses. The capital expenses that we've got in here are in public safety, all the vehicles, all the build outs of the cars. It's part of the same fund balance for the jail.
Right.
Public safety fund. I nip it for an extra $150,000. It's a $464,000 add to the levy. The levy increase is $851,000.
Mm-hmm.
Now you guys are on that board. There's nothing you can do about it. It has to do with the health care that has to be contracted for. I took $500,000 in public health. They don't have capital.
Mm-mm.
50,000 from planning and zoning. They do have a couple of expenses there, concrete work for outside and some office furniture. They always have that in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I always do this. So it's no different. I added some extra just to round it out. Because again, there's not much fund balance there that's needed. Going to the whole general government, we always have been doing this. 5% of what we levy for debt. We have to add 5% to whatever the debt levy is. Well, we're good for our debt. So we levy the 5%, and I offset it with fund balance the same amount, so it washes. There's also $639,591 of other fund balance, general fund balance. This is to get it down to the 3%. I always offset the license center. This thing, we do a great job. We get people out here. It's valuable, but we don't have to do it. And I know you like it. We got 3 of them in the county. This is the one that you're levying taxes for. Almost $83,000, and we got 2 employees out of 3 that are posted in other jobs right now. So trying to keep up with the staffing is half a trouble.
Yeah.
Let's see, what do we got here? $15,000. In finance, the audit now, you see that there's nothing here for the audit. The audit is now just under Stacy's budget. We would like to be able to get our audit expenses down.
Wow.
I've brought this to the board in the past. You just went with the one option that was brought to you instead of an RFP. Well, if the board doesn't care what the audit costs, I guess I just have to move on. But I think as we improve our capabilities internally, our reporting, we should be, ideally, we should have our audit done June 30th, and we start the budget process with last year's audit. And that particularly matters if we go to a fund balance use policy like I was talking about. That's what I had in Wisconsin. I wouldn't say where I was a hell of a lot better than what I got here, except I got the audit done usually by May.
Mm-hmm.
I knew right in the audit where I would go to for my policy with the board. Sam's got elections. Those are every other year, so it goes like this and down. So
yeah,
I clipped it for $200,000 from, not to stop anything that he's doing with elections, but just to help balance the budget because it's not going to be there next year or 2027. In Levi's department, which most people call IT, we call it Management Information Services. He has $342,000 worth of capital items. He continues to refine this, but I've always gone to that for use of fund balance. He is one, and I also had a conversation with Jim. If you got something in next year's budget that you got money yet this year, well, do it this year. And I don't have to budget for it next year. But it also says something about how we end up with these fund balances because there's, I want to say, money left over. If they don't spend it,
right.
If there's a positive balance, it goes into fund balance.
Right.
So keep in mind, we keep working with this cushion every year.
Yeah.
And so I keep telling myself that so that I can sleep at night about the amount of fund balance because we still have healthy fund balances. Even after, I think last year, 2025 was about $4.3 million of fund balance. Greg, this is the offset of the wages. If I heard him right, the actuals are about 85. I can change this. That removes $15,000 from what you would use in fund balance. If you want to reduce the levy by $15,000 and have it 2.9 something, fine, but you're not whole there. But at some point, this has got to be whole, whatever we do. Comment, I think, Gary, you said before I got $42,000 in here for the man lift, that this would be an easy one to cut. And you're right. The only problem is after talking with Rick and Josh, this is actually cheaper than having to go and schedule and rent it when we need it, and then go get it. You know, two guys in a truck with a trailer, go get it. It's easier to have it and just use it when it's only $42,000. And if we take it out of fund balance, frankly, it does come to the board at some point. Well, actually, for that amount of money, it might be mine.
So what's that for?
A man lift, the thing that lifts guys up.
Hydraulic lift.
And depreciation is very low on it. It'll last them 10, 15 years.
Oh, I mean, for the amount of
they use could be 20 years.
Well, they want to wash windows for when, we contract to have windows washed.
Right.
As long as you don't have to buy a new shed to store it.
Well, that's a very good point.
It's a very good. We got a boat for free, right? We had to go all the way down to Florida, pick it up,
Mhm.
And now we gotta pay to store it every winter. And I'm not sure if we're getting a heck of a lot of use out of it. Maybe we sell it, I don't know. But
I don't know. If we
I
can
haven't
do
had
that.
I haven't had the
it is what,
chance. I haven't had the chance to follow up on it, but to Gary's point exactly, I ended up having a conversation with Josh Plant and Rick in the storage building that we've got out there where the old annex building was across from the back of the law enforcement center. And it was just stuff being stored in there. I said, well, can you get a man lift in here? Can you get a couple of boats in here? And that's about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't had a follow-up conversation with either one of them. Actually, it might have been a little longer than that because I think Rick went on vacation after that. But we may already have a storage building. We just have to clean it out of
Straighten it up a little.
useless stuff. But
useless stuff.
well, there's we have these resolutions that come in to dispose of things.
Mhm.
Well, a lot of times what happens is it just gets thrown away. I call it being thrown away in place.
To a different area.
Yeah, it's just going to sit there until someday somebody does something about it. And there's things in that garage that look like they're not going to ever get used. I was like, well, let's get them out of here.
There's another building over there. It'd be north of the law enforcement center. We acquired it for tax forfeiture, kind of a garage building over there. And we
think it's the
kept it,
same-
and I don't know
that's-
what the heck is in it.
I think that's the same building I'm talking about, Lauren.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is not on the law enforcement grounds. This is back on the other side of the.
Yeah. There used to be where the blue bus from
Yeah.
Tri-County used to be.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
There's actually a smaller shed, and then there's a garage there. Decent sized garage. I mean, it's old. But, if we end up at some point doing a public works building, replace what we've got with highway, well, you're going to take all this stuff and you're going to put it into one building where you can maintain it, you can work on it, you can keep it out of the cold, that kind of stuff. At least theoretically, that would be the discussion to have. Okay? There really isn't any capital stuff in their budget. Now, they're going to do this truck transfer, so now once that's done, they're all on enterprise. I can check and see if they've got anything in enterprise in there, but at this point, that's just use of fund balance again, and I think I just really don't want to do too much more fund balance use. But if you want to think of cuts, I'm saying you cut something. In what I got here, it's cutting how much fund balance you use. But keep in mind, a lot of this fund balance probably isn't going to get used anyway.
Well, it's still money, so I mean, we certainly don't want to waste it.
Right. So your appropriations list hasn't really changed. It's the same $50,285. Joan had some comments on that.
Mhm.
I didn't go there without. I wasn't going to just carry your water for you on that one, but I think eventually, and maybe eventually is now or a year or longer. Many counties have these handouts that are made. As long as they go for good use, but I mean, those are really political decisions.
They're all good use, that's
Actually,
to someone. I mean,
Yeah,
it's.
but is it the best use of taxpayer money?
I'm glad it's down to 50,000. Or I mean, what?
Pretty much what it's
when I
been.
first came 8 years ago, we were paying over more. I thought.
What's misleading about it is when you look at the spreadsheet that I do
Because
for
you got
appropriations, I also
the
got
library and.
well, I've also got the two soil water conservation
Right,
districts.
right. You can't do much with that.
Right. You got a little latitude maybe, but at some point that one might not be that worth it.
Yeah. And like with the soil water, I mean, I would like to see both of them with the same amount. versus.
I agree with that, or maybe a combination.
Maybe combine them into
Combine them.
one operation.
Well, you can
I mean,
push.
I don't know how many counties have two, but
Polk the same as your Polk, it may cost you more.
Well, because I mean, I guess I was thinking that we had not approved that. Because I mean, it's kind of like supposedly what they're using the extra funds for are things that they don't need to do. I mean, if they're going to do it, we shouldn't be paying for it.
I hear you.
And I think like the Red River Valley thing, I think we should at least put in half from 16 to 8. I mean, they're not big, but but they're a place to kind of start. And like the historical societies, 5 apiece. And to me, we should not be owning that building in Crookston.
Well, since you guys are on that category of discussion, I still feel very, very, very strongly. I'm not 100% convinced that the fair's request for 50,000 is appropriate, but more than 10 is appropriate. What that number is, I don't know. I would propose that increasing that from 10 to 30, which would be only 10,000 more than what they used to get. I think that's very important for what we say to the citizens of the county and the constituents of the county and what the fair does to the county. The 10,000, I watched that sit for the last 2 years. I'd like to see that increase. If we're just reducing the amount of fund balance we're using, and you told us in the beginning, we could do probably every request in that category and it wouldn't increase the levy much. All I'm asking is we need to reconsider that and see if we can't change it. What would happen to your numbers if you changed that 50 to 30 or 10 to 30?
I'll just give you a quick history because we did do 20. We went to 10 after giving them, I think it was $149,000 of ARPA money.
For the barn, the remodeling of the barn.
The grandstand.
And the grandstand.
Grandstand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did a nice job with it because I'm sure it's good.
And it's definitely benefited the constituents. They got people using those things all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say, well, okay, your 4.5% preliminary levy.
Yep.
That's $425, almost $426,000 more than the 3%. So, let's say I reduce that to 0. This is what I end up doing for better part of a month.
Mm-hmm.
And I just change that, and it changes. So, if you put 100 in here, this uses fund balance. There's your 50 or 120. Oops, sorry. See how mistakes get made. There's your 30. Now your levy increase is 3.1. I should, I forget this too. Your county program aid got dropped by almost $68,000.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to throw something else out here too. I've never brought this up, but other administrators in 2 states that I've worked with go nuts over extension. You're levying $219,000 minus $500 for $219,419 for extension. What do you think of that? Not to mention what you pay the board members, because for some reason that's a separate budget. Anyway, what somebody said, you know, why do we do this when it seems like we've just always done this? Well, I'd say that's wrong. So, yeah, if I go back to 150 on this,
Oh, that was
that's
1
too
million.
many.
Too many zeros.
Some of this I have a hard time seeing it. Okay, so now you're at, and I will say, I debated in my own mind, do I come in with the 4.5, and then you work through what you want
Oh,
to
it'd
do?
be miserable.
It gets just miserable. But I've also have had to say this many times in the past. This is just, it's a budget, and it's not reality, because I don't know what reality is. All I know is that we certainly seem to have a lot of fund balances. That means we've taxed people in the past. Some of them are still here. We are, we should do something about it.
Yeah, I agree.
And when I say the margin, instead of that unknown gap being 4.8, get it down to, we're talking $1 million, $1.5 million instead, because we've got everything tightened up for operations.
Yeah.
But as you can tell, we also have pressures to push costs up, not just the fare, but wages and.
Yeah, and I'm just, like over 800,000 next year for, for the family, the paid leave. And
What do you call that?
No,
that's different.
That's different.
That's a 50-50 match deal.
But like 27, that could be $1 million. And then
I got two things on the agenda I haven't brought up.
I know.
One of which is Enbridge has filed a tax appeal again.
Yeah, needless to say, when he told me that, I kind of sore.
So all the assessors from here to Carleton County are now, and Matt Hilgert is like, well, don't expect money from the legislature this time. Well, I would say, well, why not? Because it's not our deal.
Issue.
We just you came on board after this, but the state assesses the value of utilities, and Enbridge is our largest property tax or valuation. Yeah, it's 2% or something like that of the entire county, which is a lot. But when they, several years ago, they filed an appeal on what they've been paying. It took 7 years to figure it out. Well, every year that they're paying their taxes, they want it all back. Well, that starts getting to be some real money, and it's like, we could probably have done it. It probably would have cost. It ended up, I think, $109,000 or something like that. We got back from the legislature, but Marshall and Clearwater.
Well, Red Lake and Clearwater.
Kitson, I mean, their valuations way more than 2%. It bankrupt them theoretically. Somehow, here they are again, but it has something to do with a pollution mitigation angle to that.
Well, that's part of it, but the other part is still of the tax year.
I mean, it's nothing. All we do is get a number from Department of Revenue. And here's your tax bill, because we don't assess it. But
yeah, and I mean,
I think when after we've collected it, if we lose, don't we pay back the schools, the cities, the townships share as well?
The schools we do.
Yeah. Schools?
Yeah, but the cities and townships are responsible for their own.
It was different with the last one because the state stepped up to do it, and so it was taken out of settlements with the state. So.
Yeah, and I mean, and the state just does not win, or they don't get it because they've lost every single suit.
gets
Yeah,
just
and
out of
with
hand, it's,
Enbridge, it
you
got to
know,
a point where they were
you don't worry about
negotiating
so
the values
much, cause
prior
there's
to
only
the
so much we
assessment.
can't change.
Now this pollution control came in,
There you get this budget.
and
Yeah.
the state offered some lower,
They,
what, $750
If you
million
added that 20,
less than
what would it do?
what Enbridge wants.
yeah, because
What
they
if
had
you added,
denied, they approved
changed the
part of
10
it
to
and then
20,
they
30?
denied the other part of it.
Cut
But then
this.
also it's the valuation for,
No, no, no,
for
no. Not on-
25
No,
with
reduce
payable
it.
in
But
26.
that's
Here's
due
your
to
20,000.
the pollution stuff.
No, that's
I see.
separate.
All right, I have to
3.7.
okay.
You know, if you just reduce this total in total, you know, your levy goes up to 3.5. And I'm not here begging for a higher levy. We've done higher than 3% in
All
the
the,
past,
yes,
and we still have fund balance.
yes,
Yeah, let's,
yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. You know, this time next year, frankly, we may not know this time next year because next year is the midterms,
Right.
and I don't think we're going to know until
Not much
after
is
the
going to happen.
Yeah, until
midterms
after
of what the
November.
impacts really
Well,
are.
then it's going to be interesting in 27 of, because of all the new legislators that are going to be, because I mean, it's like yesterday I saw that there were 2 more that are retiring at the end of the year.
Retiring, and a few that did 2 more resigned here just
oh,
recently.
yeah. No.
I mean, come on, we're gonna have a whole new.
From the turnover, I you know, everybody is just
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
it. So
Where's my crystal ball when I need it?
I would say that I'm still trying to wrap my head around some of this and get ready for that December 2 meeting. And I shortcutted you a little bit because I went right to the number. I said I was just gonna work backwards from that because
There's nothing wrong with this way.
I've looked through all these budgets. You know, you could take out, you know, $75,000 from the finance budget. You could say no to the social services 2, which I think it's that amounts to almost $40,000.
But here's the only thing that we were talking about this earlier. We replaced them 2 with the supervisors, and theoretically,
Well, they'd be managing to be more effective.
right.
Um,
But we would leave those 2 empty spaces still available, even though
yeah,
they may never get filled or used.
right.
I just eliminate them.
Well,
But we
th-
can't
yeah,
do that.
You don't have to. You don't have. You'll get the hey, you know.
But if you have them in there, you're still levying for them even if you don't fill them.
No, you just don't. You just don't do that.
Yeah,
They're-
you just
they're,
don't.
they're just you're just putting them on the shelf.
I understand that. I understand that now, but that, you know,
And it is easier to pull them off the shelf if you decide, well, hey, you know, we actually
Yeah,
need
we have
to
to
do
make sure
this.
that's the understanding, though.
that's exactly why I'm
Everyone
asking the question. Yes.
Understands.
And
the
it'll
same.
still come to us to add it.
So have a reminder, memory.
Remember, yes.
Have a memory.
It'll go through me to get to you. 'Cause,
Correct.
You know, I'll be like,
Well, even better.
Right.
thank you.
Yes,
We're back yet.
Save you some work.
We're back just to let you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to make choices. I
And
mean,
if it's
at this time, you have to do that.
if it's coming from you, then
well,
at least we're quite sure that we probably need it, kind of thing.
I don't think
Well,
it's gonna.
That's not all the time.
I don't know. I mean, it's to be.
Your I should go back to my.
You still got to do that yet too.
Yeah, where's the budget
We're
stuff?
going backwards.
Yeah.
I do have a meeting at 5. Just saying.
Well, we're missing the
I already
ditch
missed that one.
redetermination.
They sent messages.
It's my birthday today, so don't think I'm like.
Where's the birthday hat?
Yeah, well, there isn't one, but
Happy hour.
you've been targeting this
Yeah.
for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
that your levy for debt goes from this to this.
Yeah.
And if you go back up here as to what the actual levy increase is for budget I'm showing you, it's this. That's, it's $851,000 over 2025. So, I think even with the amount of fund balance, we have some cushion here to prevent a spike in the levy going up for a couple of years at least.
I think so.
We're going to grow into it because we know in 2027 we got 5% colas and another $250,000.
Right.
Yeah.
But thinking, I don't think I had it in my list of things to do, but I believe we need a consultant on health insurance, somebody that can advocate on behalf of the county with the insurance company directly. Thank you to all the agents out there that are watching or have called me, but we can, I think, attack what we get offered from the company. Now, it's Blue Cross Blue Shield right now. I know the Northwest Cooperative is always interested in us coming back. They moved to Medica, and of course, there's always PEEP out there too. But there's a lot of legwork to make that kind of change because our group is always, at least as long as I've been here, it's been Blue Cross Blue Shield. And then you get in the networks and all that kind of stuff. But knowing what you could do to reduce that cost, and you work with the employees on it because they want to know. And it makes a huge difference. We went to the composite rate a couple of years ago, and we were able. That's made a big difference in our ability to hire people.
Yeah.
One thing. Go ahead.
Still got a big. It's still a huge cost.
Very huge.
And it's not just Polk County. This is every county.
Well,
everybody in the United States.
Because Roseau has a consultant, don't they, for insurance?
I don't know.
I think they do. Because I think they had left the co-op too, and because I'm pretty sure that Jeff had said that they have a.
Talk to Jeff Pulowski when we're in Bloomington a couple weeks.
The only thing I know that the topic has come up with Rich and that about a new building. Bonding for that, and whatever that process is, I'm sure there's no grants or anything available for buildings. Those types of
state bonding is a possibility, but I mean, we got 2 other bonding requests in the queue right now. So.
Sure. So that is not even played into that portion, but it's got to be evaluated too and investigated, right?
Well, I think you got. Let's put it this way. I think you have Rich and you have me for at least a couple more years.
Okay.
If you want to have discussions about what to do, we might need an architect, or we may need just to have discussions about, well, what do you have in one of these things? It's not a tin building anymore.
No, it is not.
You want your wash bays and stuff like that to help maintain the quality of your equipment. That tends to be your actual cost.
How much do you know? How much Norman's bill?
I have no idea.
I mean, I know that's probably a lot smaller than what we would look at, but
yeah, and I do think it'd be worthwhile. I have to talk to Rich about it, getting you guys to go and see what some of these other ones look like.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Yeah, because I know, one that I know that just did built was Cottonwood, but I mean, it's way south.
Yeah.
I don't go.
I remember the building, it was built before I got there, but Sherwood had just a beautiful building in it. Office space out there. We had a staff engineer and his staff. I mean, plus we could have big meetings out there because there was a open space. So there was the ability if we had to expand.
We've got
staff.
that out at the transfer station.
Yeah.
So we don't duplicate things that we already have. I'm always concerned about that.
But we've got a new financial advisor, Northland, Northland, yeah. And I think after first of the year, Stacy and I are gonna talk some more with her, and you know, you'll want to pay attention to the economy and interest rates and construction costs and tariffs and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you know, it becomes a moving target. And our building is okay right now.
The office portion of the transportation stuff is very good. It's very functional. It's just the storage part and the service bay. That service bay is the biggest issue I see.
Yeah.
And that's,
I'm not prepared to design one right here, but I mean, yeah, we should probably take the board out there and look at it. Just have Rich say, you know, and have the workers tell you. They know what's works the best for them and what doesn't.
well, the part of that building out there that's just for storage, it needs a new roof. But wouldn't a new roof on there, probably structurally a new roof, not just.
You know, we did some of that about a decade ago, and again, I'm not.
Yeah.
Worth looking at.
Well, but we had
options.
looked at just replacing the roof on that, and it was pretty expensive.
It's a while ago. I can't remember.
Yeah, because that was part of the one bond that we took out.
Everything's expensive.
Yes, that's right.
Dinner's expensive.
Sounds good right now, though.
I know. I've had a donut. You should probably have another birthday donut.
No, that sugar.
Oh, any more discussion on the budget?
Yeah. Where is the? Okay, so the resolutions based on the 3% levy, what you've got in the packet, you can read. Net broke this down. It's a $29,249,178,000 levy, and this is how it's broken out by these. I can't figure this out anymore because the way she thinks we ought to be doing it for reporting. It's like, fine.
Good.
Yeah. Then there's the resolution that just adopts the budget, which is essentially what my spreadsheet is. Although we might have to modify this a little bit because we're going to have a lot of it in Questica now. And Stacy is trying to get to I think it's called Open Book. It's the presentation part of Questica. That should replace that old spreadsheet and be more informative and more charts and stuff like that to kind of help. Then there's the wage resolution for the non-represented people. This is the one that would deal with Greg's request. Where is it? I've got some things out of order. I put him in as these X's because he was having that issue. I think Jim and I have got a number. I can put that in there. And then I have the new positions, have the amount going to the benefit plan, $18.50 a month per employee, and you've got me in there. I'm on the grid, which is here. So this is what's in all the union contracts. It's the basis of our pay equity, which we passed the last time. We should pass it. And not to go back to Greg's issue, but I mean, the thought of just taking the attorneys off of it, I'd have to get a little legal advice on, not from Greg, but probably from Josh. Can you do that? And where does that fit into pay equity? Pay equity is got you've got a gap. You just have to be in that gap. you don't have to be spot on. You can be within 20%. And it's really for the male-female part of it, but I think we have to have some understanding of what that may mean if we actually have an entire class of employees off the grid. So frankly, the easiest thing is just do it and then move on. But we can have some more discussions about that. So that's anyway, and then here's the different positions because those need to be approved. And we bring new positions because it's a requirement of the personnel policies. The personnel policies need to be modified not only with what Elisa brought you for the Family Leave Act, but also for longevity, which is essentially what we've got in the union contracts. A dollar amount per month. And if you've been here long enough, the most is $90 a month. I can't remember the rest of them. I think there's 75, must be 50. I can't remember, but we
only for hourly employees.
Well,
no. Originally,
yeah, we've kind of done where there's just like 30 employees that don't have it.
Oh, sure.
And part of me was kind of hoping that might allay some of the other issues we've had today, but obviously didn't. Anyway, so this is the commissioners' salaries, per diems, and meeting list. So we typically do the COLA for commissioners, so that puts you at $38,781.22 a year. And
my wife always asks me what I make. I says I don't have a clue, so I'm going to write it down and tell her.
Well, you can look at it online too.
Yeah,
if you
well,
want.
remember what I just told you earlier.
Unless you change it, this is what it's going to be. And you also get. This was settled 2-3 years ago. If you're of age, you're on the employees plan, which is $18.50 a month. And if you're not, and you have the option of not being on it, including Joan, basically offset to Medicare, assuming that's what it is. I think you still need to provide proof of that. It's 2/3 of that amount, so that ends up being $1,233.32 a month.
Once I become of age?
Well, it's for underage.
Yeah. I don't know what you are of age.
We talked about this last time.
Yeah, I know. I remember. So you also get $75 for the per diems, and then we have the list of all the different committees and meetings, and they would go over this stuff, and we never know if we got them. Sometimes one of you might bring something up, and we have to refer to it. Sometimes you've asked me, what if I go to NACO? It's probably on here someplace. But I think in my advice, when I've talked to one or two of you, just bring it up. Don't ask me. Bring it up here and make sure everybody's okay with whatever you're doing. But otherwise, you just put in for these things.
Yeah, but we were kind of behind schedule this morning, but I would encourage everybody that nuts and bolts, that's going to be held in January down a conference.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good one. I mean, even, it's good for newer commissioners, but then also there's a lot of good information for, commissioners that have been in their positions for a while. And also that, encourage, since we're members, of going to NACO. I know Rich has been after me to go, so I'm actually thinking about going next year. So
would that be registration and transportation, and that could add up?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I think I'll go, probably no matter what, so.
Is that in Hawaii?
Mm-mm.
Probably, I don't know where it is.
New Orleans.
Anyway, those are the resolutions. You'll see them again in a draft form, but these are the ones you would vote on December 16th. Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you slip me Mickey, I gotta change this because of what you're discussing to me. Like I go back and reprint it and bring it back. So, I mean, it all has to add up. I have kind of a headache, but I can answer any other questions you might have.
Any more questions on the budget?
No, hopefully not.
Okay, so now we still have to do the renewal of the lease with Illuma.
Yeah, where do we have that here?
Page 200.
Very first one of yours.
Page 200.
Yeah, I had a couple conversations about this. I actually ended up talking to the building committee. Illuma, I think, is happy working with us. They're kind of looking for a little elbow room, but that would require some more discussion. So instead of a 5-year renewal, we're looking at a 2-year renewal, which brings the county $127,604 with our 1% per year square foot increase that we have been doing for about 10 years now. We are selective who we lease to because it needs to be a complementary service to our county, and obviously Illuma, formerly Northwest Mental Health Services, very, very good partner in a lot of ways. And they are busy. So I'd ask that be renewed. Shauna Reitmeyer has already signed it. I think there's a copy of it for you to sign if you approve it.
I would move approval.
Okay, Gary
Second.
and Paul. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
I finally already mentioned this, but just so you know, Enbridge, we got this from DOR. I don't know why it took them 2 weeks to notify us, but there must be a reason for that. That Enbridge has filed a tax court appeal. The best scenario would be as if they work something out with DOR and nothing happens. The worst case is that this ends up being like it was last time. Talking to Mark Landswork a little bit, he had kind of got wind that this was a possibility, and just reading some emails, I think I said the pollution related portion of it may be part of it here. The appeal of the pollution control order could have lasting impacts, so that may be the part that they're looking at, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, anything else?
I move for adjournment.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.